Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Got him the Anglican police.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Happy Friday. If you were all here on the podcast last night, thank you, first of all. Had a great podcast last night. Thank you, Thomas. One of the highlights of my week. I say one of, because I had a really good week this week. Yes, you got to find out with all of me. Son was at the doctor with his wife, listening to the heartbeat of what will be the first grandchild on either side of my family or my wife's family. So this will make me a grandpa and both sets of grandparents, his grandparents, both sets of parents, great grandparents. Does that make sense? Yeah, like my parents become great grandparents to the baby. So it's huge. It's huge. Everyone's super excited. So, I asked him for the baby registry thing, and they do actually have one. I was going to share it with y'all. I'll get that and get that shared. It's a ways off. So now there's pretty generic stuff like binkies and bottles and stuff right now. They don't really know gender for a little while yet, but we did get to see the little video of the heartbeat, which is really cool. Will you create a Recovery Addict onesie now? Maybe. Kim R, congratulations. Granny Kim R. Oh my goodness. BM, you can't say that. You guys are crazy. Where was I? I don't know the due date. Like, it could be March. My wife doesn't know the due date. You think she would know? Like, I think she does. She just was busy doing something when I asked her. She was like, I'm not sure. So I think when I get a chance to actually ask her and let her do the math and everything else, she'll be able to figure it out for me, because I can't count 9 months. Like, if you tell me whenever, I don't know when 9 months is from now. It's like I can tell you when a year is, because that's the same month as it is right now. But yeah, 6 to 8 weeks for heartbeat. So that's where we are. So that's what I'm saying. We know this is the soonest they could really do the thing and say, hey, here's the heartbeat and all that. But a year and subtract 3. Okay, I understand it's easy. I'm just saying I still can't do it. So anyway, I will share. They do have a little baby list, and please don't feel like you have to do something. You know, we've got plenty of time to get them set up with everything they need. But if you would like to send them something, I am going to put in chat the little link to the baby RA registry for my son and his wife, if it will work. There it is. That's just the Amazon baby registry. So, and of course, these are things that they thought as new parents they would need, having never been a parent before, right? So some of you who have been parents might look at this list and say, oh, my dear child, you have no clue what's coming to you. You need so many more pacifiers than you have on the list, just because they get lost everywhere. And you might look at other things, you're like, oh, no, you never use those. I mean, it's nice. It's a gimmick. Parents are like, oh, we need one of those. And you're like, nope. So give them a little space. They are learning for the first time. But it's going to be awesome. Anyway, Grammy and Papa, I don't know what would go on my list. Plus, there's the added problem. I don't know how to make a list. So for the pool, I'll say January for due date. Thank you very much, Sharon. Love it. I think it is early next year. Let's see. Alaska, the Malamute Husky, just joined from Adelaide, South Australia. I think SA is what you're talking about. Australia. My son's been there. Actually, the one who is expecting, it's my son, my oldest son, and his wife are expecting, which will make me a grandpa. But he did spend some time in Adelaide, Australia, and loved it. Absolutely loved it. Anyway, it's really cool. All right. The registry has the date. Are you kidding me? I'm doing all this math, and it's right there on the Amazon registry. I was thinking March. It would be really cool if, the baby was born on my birthday, because then there's one more date I don't have to remember, right? April 2nd, 2026. I was today years old when I found out when my grandchild's due. That is so cool. So maybe an April Fool's birthday. That would be terrible, because the child would be tormented for the rest of their life on April Fool's. But send the dang link to Mod Chat. I'm sorry. Let me try to do that. Mod Chat. I haven't looked at Mod Chat in ages. Just kidding. Just kidding, Amber. Just kidding. I didn't say that. Paste. There you go. All right. All right, good morning. Welcome. Let's get started on the day. We've got our lights on. Everything's working. So far, so good. In celebration of me being a grandpa, I did order 2 new things for my studio here, which I think is only appropriate, right? It's only appropriate. I've got right here. You can't see very well, but right here is a problem. I have a keyboard here and a replay machine, and like everything doesn't fit. Like cords are like being pushed up against each other. And I ordered a stand for this, so that this will be on the same type of stand that this is, but it will be vertical, whoosh, like that. So I can get this up off the table, and that gives me this space right up here, which I'll clean off and put the keyboard on. And then I also ordered a keyboard stand just like this one for the replay machine, which will take it up off the table, and I'll have room to rest my arm so I won't accidentally hit the play button on the video over here every time I shift my position. So I'm excited for that. That's my gift for myself. I always get delivery gifts. Yes, my wife will tell you. My wife will tell you that when she would have a baby, I would go out and buy something for myself every time. And there was a time when I was big into firearms, and so she would get a baby and I'd get a baby. I'd pick up his pistol or something, and she would bring home a new child from the hospital. And I thought that was good, and she reminded me that that's probably not a good thing. I haven't done that in forever, and for some reason, there was a time when I had, and I realized some of you are not gun people. I realized this culture I was raised in, perfectly normal, was educated as a young child all the way through, both through scouting and through family, about gun safety and hunting, although I've never killed a deer hunting. I've been deer hunting, been bird hunting and everything. That's just part of what we did. I had 7 guns at one point, which some people might say that's a lot of guns. It's probably more than you need. You only got 2 hands. How many can you shoot at once? But I slowly started selling them off and buying camera gear. So I don't know where they all went. Oh, I do. But every time I sold them, I was like, I was not as into guns as I was into camera gear. So push present, is that what it's called? Hang on, how do I access the registry? The mods are trying to figure out how to put the link in chat. You have to post it with text for the post to actually work. Otherwise, I copy like that. It copies the link in the chat. Is the link not work? I thought it was working for some of y'all. Let's see. The registry should be right there. Shoot with the camera, not with guns. It's more catch and release that way. 7 says, my mom was the one who got you the Old Bay goldfish. Safe to say I made her a recovery addict. Thanks, Dwayne. 7, thank you so much. I was staying up last night and may have finished off one of the packages of goldfish. So I got 3. I still got 3 more, and I'm going to be a little slower with this one. The problem was I wasn't using chopsticks. But all right, we have court that's coming up. We can't miss it. First of all, so just hang tight. We'll be there. We need to do the birthday stuff. The link works. Oh, thank you. That's wonderful. All right. And honestly, don't feel like you need to do anything. We've got plenty of time. We're obviously going to help them get started and make sure everything's going well. So where are we from there? Let's do birthdays. Okay, not one person's asking, how's your daughter-in-law? Is she doing okay? She's doing great. She is, they actually live very close to her parents, and she has a ton of family support there, which is wonderful, because I'd hate for her to, not be anywhere near any family. So they are both absolutely thrilled, absolutely excited, just so excited to be brand new parents and start this stage of life and thrust grandpahood on me. So, all right. They will need more than 27 items. We're going to probably get them all of these. We've got time, though. It's April. We've got time. Don't worry about it. It's all going to happen. All right. My birthday's tomorrow. Look at this. Cindy C., we need to get you included on the birthday list. And you are. Thank you, Josh and Uncle Josh. I love how everyone's changed their names to be the grandchild related for me. All right, let's see. We have Doug, heavenly birthday, Cindy C, Jamie, Joseph, a Pink Swan, Julie, Debbie, Andrew, Gray Sanchez, Tammy B, Matthew, Russell, Bree, Ashley, Raylene, Thomas, and Teresa C. This is the most birthdays we've ever had. This will be a 3-verser. So we better get started. Everyone stand up wherever you are, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room. Deep breath. Take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. All right, we're ready. Here we go. It's going to be, we'll fit in what we can on each verse. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Doug, Cindy C, Jamie, Joseph, Pink Swan, and Julie. Happy birthday to you.
Witness has finished the testimony related to John's services. Also, as well, while the testimony
It's regular
occurring,
admonition to the people. Okay.
Anything that would indicate that you are.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Debbie, Andrew, Grace Sanchez, Tammy B, and Matthew. Happy birthday to you. Another verse. Happy birthday to you. Starting with Russell. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Russell, Bree, Ashley, Raylene, Thomas, and Teresa C. Happy birthday to you. Oh my goodness. Can't hear the judge. He was just telling people, if you get up and walk out during testimony, you have to stay out until that testimony's over. No showing any emotion faces, no nodding, no mouthing things, any of that. All right. Whew. To everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. We realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have been with, but you celebrated here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you, make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Wow, the judge coming in hot in the middle of the birthday song. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating. They'll need plenty of diapers. They just don't make them all the same size. That's where the gifters can be wise. Oh, that's true. And you rhymed at this. All the way to the drum solo already. So many birthdays. Happy birthday. Drum solo to finish. Help me here. I did the cymbal back here for some reason. It worked, though. It worked. I think people finally realized and knew we could fill out the birthday form in advance. You figured it out. That is awesome. Amber's on the phone. Quick poll. Should we answer the call or not? Because you know the judge is going to start talking. Just kidding. Hey, Amber. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm going to make this quick.
Okay.
2 things. I need you to send the link in mod chat again, but put text with it so I can actually copy the link. Otherwise, it copies the link to mod chat, and I don't need to share that.
Okay.
Second, for everybody listening while he's doing that, for those who want to participate in getting baby things, everybody's main thing is diapers. There are diapers on the list in different sizes. However, I will tell you, as somebody who did have an Amazon registry for baby, they have a wonderful diaper fund that they have utilized at the very, very bottom. You can actually contribute to the diaper fund to allow them to order the sizes that they need in the moment, because usually first-time parents end up with a lot of diapers in sizes they don't need.
You get newborn size and you get 700, and they grow out of it like 3 weeks later because babies do that. And,
right.
And then you're like, now I need a 3. I mean, and you get to the point where you're like, okay, look, this one says 7 to 10 pounds, and that is all it can hold. I mean, you're not just kidding. That's a Jeff Foxworthy joke, I think.
The diaper weight is for the weight of the baby, not what's going to be in the diaper.
Yeah, but they're going to have that experience, okay? And I can't wait, because I had that experience with him, okay? I have a story about, oh my goodness, as we wait for court. Can I tell you a poop story with the baby, a baby poop story? Because y'all have been there, right? Either you have one yourself, or you caused one yourself. It's a safe bet to say this. We were driving up to Idaho, and there's a stretch of this drive right before you get to I don't know where it is, Twin Falls, like between Tremont and Twin Falls on I-15 or whatever that is. There's not a lot up there, and there's a stretch where there's mountains and little hills and stuff, and you're just driving through no man's land, right? There's nowhere to stop. We're driving along, my wife and I in the car, our only child in the car seat, and you hear the bubble. You know what the bubble is, the boiling bubble. Here comes trouble sound from the car seat in back. And we're like, oh no, not now. And it just doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. And we're like, help, pull off to the side, rumble strip, and the rumbles make it worse, bubble, 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 more and more. And so we get there, and by the time we get there, the car seat is just full. The car seat is full. And so we're like, what do you do at that point? And so we're like, everything's at arm's length, and you're trying to hold the baby, and, we're like, we need a hose at this point, not like a little mini pack of wet wipes. And hang on. And so I'm like trying to put the diaper together, and I'm like, look, I'm not a fan of littering, but this thing is not going back in the car with us. Okay? It's not coming with us on the rest of this trip. And I did. I littered. Lock me up, okay? I was guilty. But you would do the same thing in my situation, but it's worse. Right at the moment where I'm like, okay, no cars are coming. I'm gonna gift this to whoever owns the land on the other side of this fence. And I'm like, you're at arm's length. I'm doing the old, swing it out. I don't want anything, I don't want to be in the range of spray or anything. And I go and I lob it, and it's a great throw right over the fence. And right as I lob it, my arm is pointing, and there's a rancher who's driving around checking his property. At that moment, and we make eye contact. It's just, and I think he understood. I think he looked at me and said, "Son, I don't approve, but I understand." I think that's how it went down. And I just looked away and said, drive, we need to go. It was so bad. We had to throw out the car seat. It was terrible. Anyway, Amber, thanks for calling. I've got another call I need to take. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Real quick. The diaper fund on Amazon is something that they can contribute to. Mm-hmm. Amazon's diaper subscription service, and almost everywhere takes back diapers if you have the wrong size, and they'll exchange them. Yeah. But there is a subscription service I will tell you more about offline for diapers on Amazon. Okay, bye.
Bye. We'll see you. Ivan says, never speak of this again. I feel bad. If I could, I probably could find who the landowner was, because I every time we drive by that spot, it's like, this is where it happened. You know, I tell my wife, and she's like, I remember. I know. It's ingrained. It's engraved in my memory. But yeah, I could probably find him and make it a formal apology. But anyway, you know those are going to happen. You know he's going to get that experience. And it's going to be like with the new car seat, you know, or something like that. I'm like, I cannot wait for you to have the joy of finding out exactly how much a newborn diaper can hold. It's amazing. It's amazing. All right. Yeah, Laurie, absolutely 100% correct. This is what I'm saying. I told you I would share this, but yesterday I said we're so early in this process. She's due in April. I've already forget. April 2nd. We don't even know the gender at this point. So there's just they'll add stuff in time, and trust me, we've got a lot of family that's going to help as well. So family, friends, everything. Don't feel like you have to do something right now or ever. Okay, let's make that clear as well. They're my kids. I can take care of them as well. Anyway, April birthstone is diamond. Wow, expensive child off the get-go. How much? Don't ask. April 2nd is my son's birthday. That's awesome. That's really cool. That farmer has probably been saving that diaper for years now, and he knows who you are, and he may send it back to you now. I apologize. I will formally apologize, but I will also, pay the fine. What's the fine for littering? It's probably a lot, but it was not on private property. Is that the same? I know littering in public is a fine. Is there a fine for littering on private property, or I think I just get sued civilly? Do they make car seat liners for times like that? If not, I'm going to patent the idea. Nabios, that is amazing. It's like when you're using a crock pot, and instead of just like cooking in the pot like a heathen, you actually add the liner, and then you can cook, and then you can just, whoosh, it's clean. That is amazing. That's a great idea. I won't tell anybody about it. Yeah, do patent that. Kelly, congrats, Grandpa. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Our seat's broken. Here's what I'm doing. I have reached out to Lumia Stream, who runs the mechanism which powers this. And here's what I think what the problem is. We just have too many people here that are using the commands all at once. And maybe it's the C commands that's doing it. Let's see if I can turn it on manually again. It says, quote, at 8:38, which is seconds after it began. YouTube quota exhausted. Please wait a few minutes and try again. That's what it says. It was like seconds after we started. YouTube just got it again. I just refreshed. YouTube quota exhausted, 9:02. So here's what we do. We shut it down. Quit. Going to open it up again. And it should work briefly. So somebody's going to be first in chat really quickly. If you watch, you're lucky. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. YouTube quota exhausted. So unless I have like a monthly, I've got to have like a monthly allotment that we're over. Let me ask Grok really quickly. Grok would know. Does Lumia Stream have a monthly allotment of messages it can handle from the YouTube feed? A YouTube live stream feed. Didn't get feed right. Gronk is thinking right now. And it says Lumia Stream does not explicitly specify a monthly allotment of messages it can handle from YouTube live stream feed and available information. The platform integrates with YouTube's live chat API to process chat commands, allowing viewers to trigger actions like light effects or alerts during streams. However, no specific limit on the number of messages, example monthly cap, is mentioned in the documentation or user feedback. Well, I've clearly hit some sort of threshold. Let me... see what the subscription is. Manage subscription. Good, it shows I have paid them every month since September of 2023. Ooh, there's a lifetime option. I pay $6 a month. There's a lifetime option. But there's change plan. What's the plan? Nope, there's nothing. I'm at the one plan they offer. I'm on premium. So I have put in a bug in the ear of the help desk, who will be back, they say, on Monday. We'll be back online on Monday. I don't think they will, because Monday's a holiday, right? But hopefully we can get the seats fixed at that point. But I don't know what else to do other than that. I'm at a loss. All right. So I think seats are broken. All right. Let's see where we are in court today. We expect some spicy stuff. We still have the same witness on the stand who's basically been on all of yesterday. This is law enforcement verifying and vouching for the audio recordings that were enhanced, that were recorded, all the wiretaps. We still have jail phone calls, which I think there's going to be some discussion about before the jury comes in this morning, as the defense gets to choose which version of a specific jail call comes in. But it's going to be good. 7, I forgot to say, OG, 32 months. 32. I think you were the most OG of OGs, I think, 7, if I remember correctly. You might have been literally the first member on the channel. I wish I remembered accurately that, but the 32 months definitely puts you right up there. It happened so quick. I know there's a handful of you that can claim that, but OG of OGs, 7, thank you very much, and thanks to your mom. I appreciate that. Kelly, member for 25 months. OG, thanks, Grandpa. Thank you very much. Baby monitored Pam Jams. I love all these name changes. Congratulations, Mrs. and Mrs. R.A. and family. Thank you. Another OG. Ivan Victor, baby getting diamond-encrusted pacifiers. Don't spoil them. That's my job. Baby monitor Pam Jams for the baby monitor funds. Did I hear something from court? I thought I heard like a little sound, like a hiccup or something. Maybe not. I'm hearing things now. Happy Friday, by the way. So excited that we are actually at the end of the work week. We might, depending on how things go today, we might get an early out. So just be on the lookout for that, as the judge is going to eventually tell us what the schedule is. Let's see. Blackbird Rest says, I remember the 5K celebration. that was a lot of fun. Ivan, can we subpoena these? My jail calls were so ridiculous. I knew they could be played, so I'm going on and on about how great the food is, how fair the process seems. I would read the dictionary to them. I'd read the dictionary to them. Or get some subtle agreement with somebody on the outside to do like gibberish code, which means nothing, but act like it means something, and just let the CIA crack their heads against a wall trying to figure it out. Oh, let's see. When will Charlie testify? Hopefully soon. You guys are giving great advice for baby stuff that I never got to experience. Technology is amazing. Hope that we'll call Charlie and go over the jail calls. That would be perfect. Hope Donna's headphones take the stand. I saw that it was such a thing. The pool photographer, Alicia, there in the courtroom, took a picture of Donna with the one ear flipped sideways. She's like, "Look, I've got to document this," and so that picture's in the AP pool. What's the news? I'm going to be a grandpa, American Dreamer. That's the news. Any word if Charlie would testify? We think he will. He has been transported to the county, and he's in a holding cell nearby, so there's a possibility. Don C. has to work the weekend. I apologize. I know some people have to do it. Yeah, it's rough. He may never testify because of his appeals. There might be questions he can be asked that wouldn't, I don't know. I think the way the judge explained the law, I don't know. He might not be even called. Charlie maintains his innocence to this day. Oh, sure, because those jail calls were all it was acting, right? His testimony will be very interesting. Seems like the seats have been having trouble since adding chatter. What did I add, Grammy Kim? Chatter. I know I have added a few things, but do Donna's headphones have their own Twitter account yet? I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. If not, they will in moments. I believe the state said Charlie will be called on rebuttal if needed. Charlie will be called if she testifies, if she takes the stand. Wasn't the court supposed to start at 9? They were. The judge is here, so it might be a juror we're waiting for. We haven't been late very often in this court. He's quite prompt. Is this thing working now? Amanda, we can hear you. The other day when the judge said to call the FBI, etc., to get the witness here, it's because she, June, got lost in the same courthouse during Charlie's trial. Oh my goodness. That's terrible. Don't think he would have been transported if he wasn't going to testify. No, I think they would. The state will put a ton of people on a witness list and have them subpoenaed, and even in the courtroom, and then decide, we've decided not to go with this witness. We brought in the evidence through somebody else, or we think we've already hit that point, or we don't think it'll give us the mileage that we want. If we bring this in, then the counter is going to it'll cloud the waters a little bit. So they can make decisions right at the last minute. Let's see. Why is my phone video like 30 seconds ahead when I watch on my TV instead? It's the same internet. Here's what I recommend. All rise. Whichever one is farther ahead, just go to that one and pause exactly how far ahead it is and then start it again, and then you're fine. It's a YouTube app that basically, at the moment you connect, it tries to, everyone gets a little bit amount of a buffer, because you can't watch right as the signal is coming from me straight to you. It's always got a couple second delay at least. I run an extremely short delay, like 3 to 4 seconds. Normal delay can be 15 to 30 seconds, and on the long delay, if you want to have like closed captioning and translation and all that active, it can be up to a minute between when I say it and you hear it. It makes conversations like this really difficult, because you would have asked this question or made this comment a minute ago, and I'm finally getting to it, and then by the time you hear it, it's another minute from that. So that's why we do short delays. What led the authorities to do a bump on the Adelson possible involvement? I don't know. I would say a lack of evidence that gave, probably the lack of their knowledge of how wide the scope was. How big of a net to cast. Who does it include? Does it include Harvey? Does it include Donna? Was it just Charlie? Is there somebody else involved at play here? I think that question, wanting to know before they jump, before they pull the trigger and take the gunman in, do we have everybody identified? And so I think that's why they did the bump, and then it worked so well every time that they're like, keep bumping, man, just drop those beats. The bump is working. It was really good. Do we know what the judge was saying earlier? Yes, Cass. This morning he was saying to the gallery the same thing he said pretty much every morning, which is, hey, I expect the best from you. No noises, no reactions, no facial expressions, If you get up and leave during a witness's testimony, you don't come in till that witness is done. We clear? All right. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Amanda, could everyone keep my mom in your thought and prayers? I'm having a colonoscopy today. They're thinking possibly cancer. Oh, Amanda, we definitely will. I know that medical developments in that area are phenomenal. So praying if there is something that it's caught early, which has great success for treatment. I think the first interview with Rivera led to the bump. I'll have to see the timing. When was he interviewed based on when, compared to when the arrests happened? Amber, you're loud and clear. We hear you 9 by 9. Thank you. They need Donna for the money. Charlie couldn't even afford to take his mother to dinner. Yeah. We use the same terminology for different things. We talked about a baby bump at the same time we were talking about a investigation bump, and bumping somebody off is something altogether different. Uncle Josh let us know we've got about 5 minutes. Probably a jury pause then, for whatever reason. Judge had to make a Costco run or something. They were out of donuts. Ashley and Raylene, grandbabies, and my brother Thomas for tomorrow. That's awesome, Crochet Nana. Glad to get them on the list. Just today, my mobile YouTube won't let me minimize the stream and keep it going. It shuts completely down. It's so frustrating. Busy the Gamer Mom, make sure on mobile YouTube that you're logged into your account. I believe that's a YouTube Premium feature. So if you have Premium, make sure you're logged into that account. If you don't have Premium, I don't know why it was working before. But and I'm talking about the ability to literally like turn off your phone and keep the audio going. I don't have Premium and I can minimize. I know you can get it into a little window on the screen, but once you switch to a new app altogether or close your phone, like turn off the screen, only Premium lets you keep the audio going, supposedly. All right. My daughter-in-law and son baked a cake for hubby that said, "Happy birthday, Dad." Dad was crossed out and said, "Grandpa, hubby is an airhead, didn't get it, screamed and yelled, and flashed my undies." I screamed and yelled and flashed my undies. Wow. The undies part, that caught me off guard. Wasn't expecting that there. But he didn't get that he was going to be a grandpa. He's like, "You got my name wrong." Okay, chat just disconnected and reconnected. Why did that just happen? Yeah, YouTube's having some issues today. Do the bump, do the bump, the bump, the bump. Rivera's interview was 10/4 of 2016, full interrogation. That's on YouTube. Thanks, Coyote Steve. Jailbreak your phone, no need for Premium. Ivan coming in with the barely legal advice. All right. We're having technical difficulties in court. I do agree. I think that, let me make this clear. I do benefit financially if you watch my content with a YouTube Premium account. I do. I think if you love true crime and love following courts and hate missing things, I would say the first thing I would do, especially if you have limited funds on, available to expend on, entertainment, I would recommend that you get YouTube Premium before you send a super chat. I realize that I get more money from a super chat than from you getting YouTube Premium, but the experience of watching trial is better for you because there aren't the constant interruptions of advertisements, especially on replay. It's a game changer type level. It is more expensive. If you did nothing but watch my channel after getting YouTube Premium, I think I would get more money than if you did a $5 super chat in a month. I think I would benefit more because of the way YouTube splits the premium money. But as someone who enjoys watching court myself and enjoys following and not missing a moment, and I hate interruptions, I would say YouTube Premium is the best thing I can possibly recommend for watching true crime. It is expensive, and I would say don't buy it through an iPhone, right? Because when you buy something through your iPhone, it actually costs more. But let's see, and depending on where you are, the costs are different. But it does help the channel out. YouTube recognizes that somebody with a YouTube Premium account, they typically watch YouTube more than somebody who doesn't. They don't see the ads, so YouTube doesn't bring in the ad revenue. I do make money off of ad revenue as well. But YouTube says, I'll split the YouTube Premium money with you, with me as a content creator, so that they look at how much you watched, everything you watched over the month, and they basically divide it up among everything. So where you spend most of your time, that's where most of the portion that goes to the content creator goes. So I think I'll make less money doing that. There would be less earnings for the channel if everyone just did YouTube Premium instead of Super Chats. But I think the experience you have in court would be better, and I recommend it. So I'm not sure. Is there a way to do a referral for YouTube Premium, or like a way to, let's see, there might be a way you can get somebody to discount on it. Nope, there's no referral program. That ended a couple years ago. So all right, we're past the starting time for the judge. So let's get. Is this ready? Oh, I forgot to change that. There we go. We are up to 45 on the counter for Law and Laughs. If you pay annually, it's cheaper. Yeah, but it's a bigger out-of-pocket. I know a lot of people... That's a big chunk to pay all at once. Sign up with Verizon. It saves like $5 or something. Yeah, check around and see if you can get a deal. Like, I would even check your spam folder and see if there's a YouTube Premium deal. But hey, there is a referral. Let me see if I can. Josh, is that working? No, it ended in 2003. Ended in 2003. Anyway. I got it now on already better view without the ads on the side. I got it free for 3 months. That's the deal you want to look for. Try it out for free. I do pay for the family plan because Mrs. R.A. loves watching those crafting videos and things like that. But what did I just do over here? Fixed it. Yes, iPad will charge you extra. $13.99 a month. I think that's about the best price out there, unless you have a special deal through a sponsorship. You guys have convinced me to try. I only recommend it if YouTube is your main form of entertainment. And by that, I'm saying that, I don't go out to movie theaters. I don't buy tickets to movie theaters. I don't really, I don't go to a lot of shows, concerts, things like that. I do watch things on YouTube, and that's my go-to place for entertainment. We'll sit down and we'll watch a movie on YouTube before we'd watch a movie in the theater. It's rare to go to the theater for us. So for me, I can easily justify and say, the money I would have spent going to the movie theater and getting, a small thing of popcorn and, a sugary drink. If I transfer that over to premium and then don't go out to the theater, it's a cost savings for me, and it works out. Cost is different in different regions around the world. In Poland, YouTube Premium costs $8. Let's all go to Poland, save some money. I'm Whiskbrand. I'm up around the $23 range because I do have a family plan. My cat has his own YouTube Premium account on my Premium. Just when you buy it, no, you have to buy it. You have to watch on that account. You have to be logged into that account. So if you have multiple YouTube accounts and you buy it on another one, then when you're watching, you're going to be commenting on the account you bought it on. So. Alice. YouTube TV is different than YouTube Premium. YouTube TV is basically like cable for your YouTube app. So it gives you television channels, live channels through the YouTube app, which is different than YouTube Video. YouTube Premium. So if you don't watch that, I would say cancel that one. That's definitely more expensive. I think it gives you sporting events and a bunch of other things, news, live news. I would cancel that one if that's not something you want, and just search for YouTube Premium, which is different. I know they try to push YouTube TV to people because it is a big moneymaker for them, but YouTube TV does not get rid of commercials. There's loads of apps that let you stream ad-free without subscription. They are, but Sub Rosa, the only problem is that YouTube's constantly sort of fighting that battle. That's like the area that they're trying to exclude. And so sometimes your app stops working. You have to upgrade. You have to get a different app. You have to change settings. If you find one that works, though, that's awesome too. All right. YouTube Premium is $5 a month more if you buy it through Apple Pay. Yes. Fun fact. Super chats, gifted memberships, all of that is more expensive buying through Apple Pay than if you buy through a computer. So if that's a factor for you, just consider that basically it's like 30% more to pay through Apple, and that just goes straight to Apple. So. All right, Premium Lite, $7.99 a month, no ads. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, wonderful. I'm glad we had this little tech talk. I tell you, I love the tech, and I love to watch Court. I honestly, I want you to have the best experience watching Court, even if it means that it's not quite as profitable for the channel. Seriously, I would rather have you here every day and love it and be like, this is the place I want to be. This is the place I want to listen to. Than make it a tiny bit more and you not have as much a good experience listening. So, all right. Great tips from all of you. I appreciate your chiming in on that. I often pay through Apple as well. I do. The convenience for me sometimes is worth it. Jury, bring the jury, says Kelly H. Let's get him in here. Where's the song? Right here. Here's Newman.
If you will bring the jury.
You will bring the jury. YouTube Premium comes with YouTube Music. It does, so you can listen to. It's basically like Pandora or Spotify, so you can listen to music as well. Prime Video just bought Paramount. Wow. I don't watch a lot, even on YouTube. I don't watch a lot. I know Mr. Beast had a big game show that he did, sponsored by Amazon, that he gave away a bunch of money at the end. Has season 2 aired already? Can somebody tell me if season 2 has aired? Nobody knows. Yeah, most of us don't watch Mr. Beast, but it's coming. They're doing promos now. Okay. All I know is my son has a non-disclosure agreement that ends after it airs. So that's cool. Before we begin, a 30-minute break. So now we're going all the way to right now. The judge also informs the gallery there will be a 30-minute break before we begin today. He did not give a reason. Connie Muster, congratulations. You got the pink courthouse. While we're waiting for court to start, Connie, if you go down on the chat, like on the chat window on the very bottom, there's a little dollar bill sign or something like that. If you click on that, it brings up a menu. The bottom one should have a membership milestone option if you have a membership milestone available. And it sounds like you do, and it sounds like it's a cool one. You can click that. Those are free every month, as you remember. That's something you can put up. You get just a highlighted message celebrating both your support of the channel and how long you've been here, and it's nice and in green. You get to say something cool that everyone gets to see. So I do encourage you to use those as you're racking up the month. So support. Okay. Has anything happened today? Just the judge saying we're starting late. That was it. Why they said late? No reason given yet. The judge apparently told the jury, or not the jury, but the gallery that this morning. It could be I don't think it's a witness that's going to be late. Here we go. We're done. The wait is over. Amy with the Y, member for 18 months. I've been here way longer. Best channel on YouTube. Thank you, Amy. D Nice, member for 12 months. Going on 30-ish, right? OG.
Everyone can be seated.
Kathy, 24.
Good
Congratulations.
morning, members of the jury. Good morning. Although we are getting started a little bit behind today, we are going to continue with the examination of Special Agent Sanford at this time. Student Ms. Kappelman, is he on his way to the stand?
All right, we're bringing the witness in. Kathy Mazak, member for 24 months on Pink 2. OG, thank you. Renee Valzo Williams, ready for a 3-day weekend. Thank you again for all you do. Thank you, Renee. Appreciate that.
Special Agent, you remain under your oath to tell the truth. I'm not going to swear you in again, but please answer all matters truthfully during the remainder of your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for all your support for my son and his wife with their baby registry. You guys are amazing.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so we concluded the wire calls yesterday. When, in relation to that wire, or just when were the arrests made in this case? Let's start with Sigfredo Garcia. When was he arrested?
It was May 24th or 26th, somewhere around there, of 2016.
Okay, and Luis Rivera?
A few days after that, I served him in the prison.
Okay, he was already in prison for an unrelated offense?
That's correct. He was already in prison.
So also May of 16?
That's correct.
Okay, and what about Catherine Magbanoa? When was she arrested?
I don't remember the exact date. Could I refresh my memory with notes?
Yes. Do you have the notes with you?
I do.
Okay.
It was on 10/1 of 16.
Okay. And then do you have the exact dates on the other two in there as well?
I do. Mr. Adelson was arrested on 4/21 of 22. And
Garcia and Rivera was.
Oh, Garcia and Rivera, yes. Mr. Garcia was 5/25 of 16.
Okay.
And Rivera, I don't have Mr. Rivera's exact date. Actually, it was the 6/3 of 16, I believe, is when we went back to interview him with the warrant.
Okay, so Garcia, 5/25 of 16, Rivera, 6/3 of 16, Magbanoa, 10/1 of 16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Catherine Magbanoa ultimately went to trial and was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and post-conviction, did she offer a proffer?
She did.
What is a proffer?
A proffer is an agreement with the defense and the prosecution to where she can come in and talk to us and tell us what happened without it being used against her.
All right, so that occurred on, I have October 11th of 22.
That's
right?
correct. That's the first proffer, yes, ma'am.
And were you present for her proffer on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a follow-up interview with her on November 28th of that year, 22?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, the investigation had been ongoing for over 8 years at that point, right?
It had.
Okay, was there anything that Ms. Magbanoa revealed in her proffers that was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before?
Yes, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
And she was able to give us the actual date that that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder.
A lot of planning.
On Halloween.
All right. And did she say where she was when that when the topic was first broached with her?
She did. She said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
Brett, thanks for your jury support.
Were you able to
appreciate it.
Discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes, I was familiar with Lincoln Road because it's a popular road in South Beach. So we looked back and found a text message where Mr. Adelson said that he was on Lincoln Road on Halloween.
I'm going to show you where I marked this 86B. Do you recognize 86B?
I do.
Is that the text message in question?
It is.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that text message?
It is.
All right. Judge, I'd move into evidence 86B, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
86B is admitted at this time.
Who is the text to and who's it from?
It's from Charlie Adelson. And it just has a number.
Unknown number.
An unknown number.
And what's the content of the text message?
The text message says, "On Lincoln with my friends, come meet us."
And on what date and time was that message sent?
It says 11/1/13 at 1:04 a.m. UTC.
So just after midnight on Halloween night.
That's correct.
And was there something else that you learned from Ms. Magbanoa that you hadn't known before?
Yes.
What was that?
She told us about the time that the night of the homicide, that she was going to Mr. Adelson's residence, and she believed that the Adelsons had been there.
So she admitted that she went to Charlie's house to pick up the money?
That's correct.
But then didn't end up leaving with it until the next morning, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the bit about Donna Adelson, or Donna and Harvey Adelson having brought the money, that was new to us.
That was new, correct.
And then we've seen Sergeant Corbett's presentation, and I'll
Marcia,
publish a
text me on the
slide
burner or
that
call me on the
says,
burner. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I can
3
help
at
you
this
out.
time. That's the slide where we were able to find the text indicating that Donna Adelson said she was outside Charlie's house that night.
That's correct.
All right, when was the defendant arrested?
The defendant was arrested on November the 13th of 2023.
Okay, and I think you told us when Charlie Adelson was arrested. Will you repeat that, please?
I believe it was 10/1 of 22. Oh, sorry. That was 4/1 of 20. 4/21 of 22.
4/21/22 for Charlie Adelson's arrest.
That was Charlie Adelson's arrest. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And shortly after Charlie Adelson's trial and conviction, was there a recorded call that was intercepted between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, there was.
And in that call, did something happen that caused the defendant to be recorded longer than the conversation between her and Charlie? Can you just sort of explain? She thought she hung up, but she didn't hang up, right?
Correct. There was a jail call with Mr. Adelson, and at some point he dropped off the call. She thought the call had hung up, so she just apparently set her phone down and didn't hit end on her end of the line.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 118, the recording of that call?
I have.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 118.
Any objection to 118?
No, Judge.
Status 118 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish?
You may. Jury and parties need headphones for this.
That would be helpful, Judge.
Look, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things through Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg, who's just been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I told her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, I don't know, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of things to take care of for Roman. So, we're working on that, and,
Pause it. Sorry to do that to y'all with the headphones, but a couple questions just to follow up on what she said so far. She says she's taking care of a couple things for Roman. Who's Roman?
Roman is the child of Charlie Adelson, young child.
Okay. And she mentioned Susan and Rick on there. Do you know who those people are?
They're close friends of theirs.
Okay. Sorry. Continue publishing.
Just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay?
Sorry, one more time. She mentions Dan here. Obviously not Dan Markel. Do you know who she's referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
What Dan is she referencing?
Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney.
All right, thank you. Continue, please.
So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Here we go, a hot mic.
I'm sorry, the fourth time that they cut the line each time. They pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen, it's that he's in this room that. So the psychologist want to make sure he can kill himself. So the psychologist finally came. And he said to her, if you leave me here, I'll kill myself. There's no light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. Let me go back to the see where I am. Please don't leave me here. And spoke to him for a little bit, and she said, no, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got to do these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he was just going back in an hour. But that she's going to get that thing done because I'll lose my mind with you. It's all spirit on the inside. The all you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. The fluorescent lights, he says, all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was. But this, I know people, I can see people. He says, here, I'm in a box. So he's just, well, I'm sure Nicole back is just getting disconnected. And she didn't say, this is a horrible night for all of us. Charlie not fought for his life. We're all aggravated. But it's this is what you're thinking of. Just sat there. Suicidal, I'm going to take correction. So I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. The voice tomorrow night? Yes, it's good. Something nice. Now, am I suicidal? Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And what we do, we do it together. Leave a note, I'll know when to come together. And we'll do it together. The boy. Look, they're making a decision at some point. So after speaking to them this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of it, get to the airport, and that could happen. It could happen, I don't know, but it's worth a try. I don't know what we're doing, but I don't know what we're doing, and we have to look at stuff alone and so that what we would have, what we can how is it normally done? With stipulations, which are who's in charge of it's got to bond Adelson a trust. And everything is going in finance and under implement and the trustee. It's on the trustee and the guardian. Guardian is the other then the trustee. On 30 the somebody with the election. I know it's one to take care of that. Guardian. So, we make some effort to respond and so it's called. Which was that I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? I can't because there we go. So you someone going to George? No, I don't know how to get in touch with them. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with them. She told me my lawyer is the her lawyer is the doctor. And it was not about the case. I had said, he said, sure. When I said, I just got over Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know what, yes. We know you never asked anything about your brother, and she doesn't, and she told me it's a lawyer that she shouldn't have. And so we found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him. And he had no attorney. No attorney said, I never told her that. I never consulted that. No. So I wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called up or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie. And I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He is worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell them the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she said this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger there is. Really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. So she was. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement to Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. No, about the case, which is true. He's never done it. I've followed his advice despite your disagreements with this guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. About her brother. And then one. How are you, Wendy? How's my sister holding up? Yes. If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a space here. I want to propose. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. But no, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys, like you told them. So when I got George before, I said to him, because I was over there last night, I said, well, we asked Wendy, but it hasn't got any word from her, so did you tell the boys? And he said, she did. Now I know Ben was very close. He was writing to Charles over. So I said, how are they? He's very quiet. He didn't really talk much. It was nothing kind of faithful and good so he was coming home. He was never coming back. And so he did it for 10 minutes and he was in the basketball. It was fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see him invisible in a death. That's not my goal. I just want to know how it is. So that's what I said earlier to do it because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer and it just was, we were out of it. So I think the computer person, so I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls, and so that he texted me just before I could meet at maybe 5:30, but that'd be good. I said, yes, but if I can get stuff done, let us know. I totally we have the photos. We have to get them downloaded, and the other thing I don't understand, I'm not sure to help me with it, we've been looking it up over and over, because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places, I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition. Who? Really? Maybe she knows about. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste their time. She can tell on me that my parents taking it to me in the country. My lawyer. But if you mention it to Wendy going to tell somebody? We've done it beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk. It has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I. And some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. Because if it's a plane crash, no one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she can see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you do this? Everything. How many times do we have plans to cancel Wendy needs us for this? Wendy needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now with much older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma's grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son that's supposed to be dead. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to Mother, please God, our family was cursed. So we cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So.
Wow.
We're there, sitting at the table in that chair. So I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop.
People are calling their number.
What we did. I told you to need an address to put on the visa. What was that? Nobody knows where we are, but everybody took some extra time. Look up. She must be in a child.
They're trying to buy their passports, their visas, tickets, Vietnam. They're planning their getaway. Judge calls a huddle. Donna, probably one of the most emotional times we've seen in court again today. That's about, I think we saw it early on when the first time she was emotional in court was when we saw a picture of Dan's arm in the hospital when he was in the hospital because he did not pass away immediately. She got emotional then, and the judge was like, knock it off. And she hasn't been emotional pretty much since until now, hearing herself break down after Charlie's conviction. And yeah, this is a major slip up. She literally answered a phone call that told her, as Ivan pointed out, when she picked up the call, you have a collect call from inmate Charlie Adelson at the Florida State Prison. This call will be monitored and recorded. And, you know, to accept this call, press 1. And she pressed 1. And it's literally being recorded. But she's complaining about how the phone call drops. And every time he has to recall and connect again, it's another $5. And she's like, I think that might have played in somehow to why she didn't want to hang up the phone initially. Because she wasn't sure if Charlie was really gone or not. But it did drop on Charlie's end. Charlie's gone, but the call's still being recorded at the jail side. So that notice is enough to say the call wasn't really over.
Compliment, you may continue.
Kept
with
recording.
Your examination.
The burner phone number should be posted now. It should work. If all the commands should work. I fixed them, I think. Try again.
All right, so are you aware of the date that Charlie Adelson was convicted?
Yes.
What was that date?
It was November the 6th of 2023.
And was this recording that we just heard that same day after the conviction?
It was the day after the conviction on 11/7, November 7th.
All right. And we hear on this call that there appear to be some plans to potentially go to Vietnam. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And based on this recording, did you do some investigative work to try to look into whether that was in fact really going to happen?
I did.
Okay, and what did you learn?
We didn't hear the call for a couple of days, so it was a few days later. But I did check with another government agency to try to find out if there was an international travel planned. And ultimately, on the 13th, I believe it was, I was told that yes, there was travel plans made.
Okay, and were the travel plans to Vietnam?
They were to go through Dubai and then to Vietnam.
And is Vietnam in fact a non-extradition country?
It is.
And is Dubai also non-extradition?
That's correct, it is.
Okay, and when was that travel plan supposed to occur?
On the evening of November the 13th, 23.
And were you able to intercept the defendant prior to taking off on that airplane?
I was.
And where did you do that?
At the Miami International Airport, right through the gate check as they were boarding the plane on the jet bridge is what they call it.
And that was on November 13th, 23?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as part of your apprehension of the defendant, did you seize her cell phone that she was in possession of at the time of her arrest?
I did.
All right, and did she willingly allow you to do that?
No, she did not.
How did that go?
Please show the video. Please roll tape. How did that go? It wasn't good. It wasn't good. It's funny. I want to see the video. There should be a video of this. I mean, the airport should have it. We should have this in HD in like 6 different angles, right? There's so much security in an airport. We should have. I reset the points. Oh my goodness. I apologize. I had to reconnect everything. I had to break the YouTube connection and reform it. I didn't realize it reset the points. I'm sorry. I had reset them at the beginning of this trial, but we should have this in HD with great audio and body cam, top-down view from looking up the jetway, down the jetway. We should have everything here. I think they're objecting to him speculating as to what his take. Does that woman look like Alanis Morissette a little bit? No. Hey Colburn, if you've got a link to send me, the best way is either to my burner phone.
Objection being withdrawn. Agent Sanford, you can answer the question if you recall what it was.
I'll re-ask it.
Send it to my burner phone or my email.
When you seized the defendant's cell phone, did she physically resist you?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us about the physical resistance that she offered?
Yes, I reached out to the phone, and when I grabbed a hold of it, she pulled it away and said no, and then kept holding it away from me, trying to turn away from me. Another officer who was there arresting her actually grabbed her arm and held it, and then we were able to finally take the phone out of her hand, but she was still trying to keep it from us.
Right, and pursuant to her arrest, was there a search warrant executed at her residence at the Icon?
There was.
Okay, and did you handle that, or did another agent handle that?
Another Police department handled it locally.
And are you familiar with the items that were seized during that search warrant?
I am.
Okay, and was there a planner, 2023 day planner seized pursuant to that search warrant?
There was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that planner?
I have.
Okay. Was there a planner available for 2014 that was seized at the search warrant?
Not seized at the search warrant, no ma'am.
That planner was provided to the state attorney's office by the defendant's prior counsel, though. Do you recall that?
That's my understanding, yes.
And did you review the copy of the 2014 planner, at least whatever was provided to our office by Ms. Adelson's attorney?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as state's exhibit.
Can one of the mods post the burner number in chat, or just trigger the command, which for some reason I can't trigger? What's with that?
Some redactions have been made based on the parties' agreement, but other than that, I would ask if those excerpts are fair and accurate.
There you go. There's the burner number.
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence 142.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 142 is admitted.
In the 2014 planner, did Mrs. Adelson keep a lot of personal information and identifying information for members of her family and even, I think, some friends in there too?
She did.
Okay. And as part of that information in the 2014 planner, did you locate any information specific to Dan Markel's vehicle?
We did.
What information was that?
Is the 08 Accord on the left middle of the page, right there. It's the 08 Accord, and the tag number is 584YBM.
That's Dan Markel's tag number at the time of his murder?
It is.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued?
That's correct.
The flight that the defendant was attempting to board at the time of her arrest, was that a one-way flight or a round-trip flight?
It was a one-way flight.
No further questions.
Wow. It was a one-way
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, please.
Thanks. I've got the video. I've seen some of the video. I haven't watched the whole thing of her arrest at the airport. I'm just saying that we should have like 7 different angles of the kiss with Harvey. Yeah. Thanks for the links, everybody. I'm just excited for the jury to see this, though. They didn't play the video. They admitted it. Are they going to cross in and then play it on cross? On redirect? Hold tight. I think the jury's going to see this. This is too much to not show. I think they're just... They're making the defense either say, don't cross our witness.
Members of the jury, before we move into the cross-examination, does anyone need to use the restroom? No hands have been raised.
We would request a brief recess, please.
That's fine. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Even though not requested, please use the restroom at this time.
although not requested, please go try. This is like me. This is me to my kids when we're going on a trip. Have you used the restroom? I don't need to. Try. Just go in there and try. That's all I ask. Just give it a good go. If nothing happens, that's fine. Then we'll leave. But try. Oh man. I think the video's coming in. I think it's coming in. The prosecution's just timing it perfectly to end with that.
We'll take a break for a few minutes until 10:20. If anyone does need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity at this point. Bailiffs, if Mrs. Adelson does need to use the restroom as well, please take her at this time.
I wanted to see every page of that calendar, that 2023 journal that has everybody's names, numbers. Hey, check out the guy in camo. I know he's hard to see, but let me go back and show you real quick. Just a second. Do you see what he had on? He was wearing like a laptop harness. Oh, I've got it right here. Workspace, clean feed to there. Import the media from today. Match the frame rates and pull it up. Here we go. Jump to end. Okay, we're going to pull this up. I just want to show you this guy at the very end. Okay, here we go. We're on 7. There's going to be no audio, but this dude, let me zoom in on him a little bit. This guy here with the camo shirt and back, check out what he's wearing. It just looks cool. I'm a nerd, so. Look, it's a hands-free laptop holder. It's got to be one of the nerdiest things I've ever seen. But it lets you type. It lets you type hands-free. I'm not sure I would trust it. It looks like a little strap holding the laptop up. It's like, it melts like, oh, I need one. I need one. I guess it keeps it on his lap as well, but that's funny. I'm also quite intrigued with, I'll probably have to rewind just a little bit. As you guys know, when I see shiny objects, I have to, pay close attention. Let's see right here. Let me find there was a view that I need to bring up. The tech guy in the very back. Okay, here we go. This is the view I wanted. This tech guy in the very back in the corner is running what's called a fly pack. It's a media, switching equipment. Let's see. Let's go right about here. Turn it in slow motion. It's switching equipment where he has those boxes, those black and silver boxes at the bottom, just above the bench level. They're basically protected cases that have all the equipment in, all the switchers and audio equipment and everything you need to make this work are in these boxes. And the top piece is a hinge that opens up and it has screens on it. And I'm trying to find what screens he have that have all these connectors on the back. You see at the very top of the screen? All those connectors. It means what that tells me is that the screen is designed to have lots of inputs and be able to show a lot of different things. So you can have everything connected to your screen at once. It's like normally on our TVs, we have like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 HDMI connectors. These are in place of HDMI. They're called SDI connectors. So they twist and lock on. But it means you could have like in this case, I don't know, it looks like 20 different things feeding that monitor. And I want to know what brand of monitor that is that has the connections on the back. So I can get one. But so I've done Google searches. I've done image searches on that. I have never seen a monitor that has that orientation. I know the exact brand of the whole fly pack, like the way it's built. I've got that. I've done Google Lens, and it has not found the mix. I haven't found it. So if you guys know, like if somebody's in court and can look and just ask what brand it is, that would be great. Let's see. I ask because I do audio video stuff on the side. Like I have an audio video production company that does things other than YouTube, right? And so I have to go places occasionally and bring all my gear. And so I have I showed you guys. I built it actually on a live stream. I think I showed you my audio. It's not a fly pack so much. It's just a travel rack. And it's got all, drawers for all the wireless microphones and the amplifiers and the automatic feedback eliminators and the wireless microphone receivers, the power supply. I've got everything all in one rack, but that's just audio. And I'm slowly building one for video. And I like those screens because that would save a ton of space. If I don't have to haul in my own TV separately everywhere I go, having it built in the fly pack would be great. I'm curious what brand they have. So the name of the monitor is Fuzzy. Yes, it is. We're going to wait and watch the arrest video with the jury. I think they are going to be shown that probably on redirect. But Sakari Gallery for 8 months. Justice for Dan. Thank you, RA, for streaming this trial. Thank you, Sakari. I appreciate your support of the channel, and you are most welcome. Don't concert venues use the same thing? Yes. And I'm getting there. The next goal for my channel is currently we're 1080p, which is HD. It's high definition. But the goal is to get the channel to be able to live stream in 4K, which requires all new equipment. And so I thought if I can upgrade my travel kit to be the 4K one, then I can just patch into it through the studio and be able to run everything that way. So. That's the goal, to get to 4K. Don't concert venues do the same thing? They do. Sakari, thank you for your 8 months of support. Love it. Are we going to stream on Monday? Monday is a holiday in the United States. I'm not sure. I have to think about it. We will not be having court. We won't be missing court if we don't live stream. But I'm trying to think of what we would want to watch on Monday because there would be very little that's actually live. You're going to have a few arraignments. You're going to have a few smaller courts where, first appearance type stuff is going on, mostly procedural. Very few actual, court dates. We're not going to have. I don't think they're going to have Board of Pardons happening that day. Most judges are probably going to put in the minimal work just to get the things that have to be done that day done. DMB Secondus, another OG, 32 months, says, please forgive RA. He suffers from a severe case of squirrel. I do. It's bad.
Squirrel!
Yep. The concert venues, they do. I've got an identified co-conspirator. As you probably know, I've got most of the equipment. I've got the HyperDecks, I've got the NAS storage, I've got the switchers and the audio. I actually have other audio boards that I use when I'm out remote working things, but I need to get to 4K. I think that's important for a couple reasons. As we are getting closer and closer to being the pool camera for different media events, I think it's important that we do better than anyone else has, right? And that's a big ask, switching to 4K on a live feed, strictly on a bandwidth basis. That's a lot to ask, and so in order to do it, it does require currently the equipment that everybody uses Okay, unless you have a huge, ESPN-style production truck outside the courthouse, you're probably not going to be able to live stream 4K from the courtroom. And so the most we get is 1080p. Oftentimes it's 720. And it's a smaller file. It can be, it's easier to transport. But to keep it in that broadcast quality and get the 4K going, we have to do some sort of compression. And I'm looking at something called 2110, which is a Blackmagic design, proprietary, I guess. I think it's open source compression, which is broadcast quality, which lets you use the same bandwidth that 1080p would take up, the high definition which we know and love, but you get 4K out of it. It just has to be converted on both ends. So I'm working like that. I'm going to buy it from Sweetwater, whatever it is that on that screen. I'm going to get it from Sweetwater, even if they have to special order it for me, because Sweetwater has won my business, hands down. Monday is Labor Day in Canada too. That's awesome. We share a holiday, although ours doesn't have a U in it. we spell it differently. Take the day off and spend it with your family. Mrs. R.A. doesn't like me to share publicly when we go on trips. But one's coming that doesn't interfere with our live stream schedule. So I'll share that when it becomes time. So there's a mini trip, like a one-dayer coming. Melody sent a text to the burner. Thank you very much. Let's see. A. Colburn, by the way, thanks for the link and for the pic of your sideburn. Your sidekick, not sideburn, excuse me. A. Colburn with a sidekick, not the sideburn. That was terrible. We should get this for lunch. What is for lunch? Who sent me lunch ideas? Pickled menu from KFC. That's too much. That's too much. My wife got, for the first time ever, she bought pickle-flavored chicken tenders. And I didn't like them. I'm like, wow, that's not good. I don't know what it is, but that is not good. I love pickles, I love chicken, but I could not do that. It's a Sam's Club version. All right, you should look into being trial tech. You make crazy money. I love what I do. I really love what I do, and I love doing event production as well. And you guys know I've told the stories. I used to film, courtside for NCAA basketball. I love production. I love bringing new tech. I was the first in our whole division in college football. I was the first person. I brought personally the wireless camera setup so that we could finally go without cables on our roaming camera on the football sidelines. I negotiated with the company, got it sent down, and tested out this really expensive equipment for our final game of the year. I love being on the cutting edge of that. I love being on, seeing behind the scenes, knowing how it's working, being in the production side. But there's a point where I can't do this if I do that, right? If I'm the guy running the cables and checking the connections and making the signals work, which I love doing, I can't also be the guy in front of the camera. So my husband buys from Sweetwater, same guy, often calls him to chat, make sure all is good. Charlton's my guy. Doesn't try to sell him more equipment, just everything working well and check in. Yeah, he's great. They are fantastic. As a matter of fact, I think he's even popped in chat occasionally and said hi. I know we also had some vendors for some of my cameras pop in chat, which was really cool. Let's see. Stacy saying the quiet part out loud. This family is insane. Gelly May, I'm sorry. Somehow I ended up on top chat. Just let me switch back to live chat and get those messages. 28 months. Oh, gee, you can't get rid of me. Love y'all. Can't wait to see Pop RA in action. I love how you've all chosen a name for me. And also, I love how you've all just, assumed your role as aunt, uncle, great aunt, great uncle, whatever it may be in the family. So now, I guess you guys should get some sort of say in naming the child. I'll ask my son if we can do that. Maybe do it through a poll.
Everyone can be seated. Please bring in the jurors.
Laptop harness. That equipment in a briefcase, it's like a briefcase. It's actually a travel case on wheels that has hard covers that cover up all the ends. So once you put all the top folds down and the cover goes on top, so it covers the screen, and the ends, the front and the back, you disconnect all the cables and you clamp a shell on top of that, and it basically is like a bomb-proof carrier with everything bolted inside, so it's safe to fly on airplanes and things like that. Usually it travels in a van, though they rarely ship them on airplanes because airport workers will if there's a way to destroy it, airport workers will figure it out, even if it takes like 7 or 8 attempts. They don't really care about your equipment. Do you think the one-way ticket to Vietnam can implicate Harvey? Harvey was I wouldn't say he's the smart one in the family, but he kept a low profile. So, should name him Judge. Little Judge R.A. Can't wait till you show up with baby spit on your shoulder. Oh, that's going to be just wonderful. Thank you for that. Appreciate it, American Dreamer. Here come the jurors.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the cross-examination begins, the state is going to ask one additional matter or a few additional matters to Agent Sanford. You may inquire.
Agent Sanford, apparently I managed to confuse and or misspeak regarding the planners. So the planners are a physical book that contain handwritten notes, correct?
Correct. It's like a yearly calendar that has individual days on it that you can write notes under each day.
And the planner that was seized, or at least one of the planners that was seized at the search warrant in 2023 was the 2023 planner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's an item that was seized by another agent, not you.
That's correct.
Okay. But you also came into possession of the 2014 planner, which is the planner from the year of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some or all of that planner was provided by Mrs. Adelson's prior attorney.
Correct.
Not pursuant to the search warrant.
That's correct.
Okay. And it is in that planner from 2014 where Dan Markel's tag number was recorded.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And on that exhibit, State's Exhibit 142.
So Dan's license plate number. Dan's license plate number in Donna's black book. Ooh, that's not good.
Very small, but I am able to see the year here on the front page, 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
July 14, that's showing you like the next upcoming months.
Correct.
This is for June.
That's
Yes?
correct.
Okay. But in the very back of that planner, there's a place for names and addresses and notes. Is
eBay
that
user
where you
ID.
located the information regarding Dan Markel's tag number?
That's correct. It's after all the calendar months. Is the note section in the back.
Right. Thank you, Judge. That's all.
Cross-examination.
Maybe they needed it for the gated community they lived in. You know, to let them know that this car is allowed to come in. There's that beautiful tech in the back corner again. Once you see it, you can't stop looking, huh? Don't break it. am.
I trip over that. I try to approach you, so I'm trying to get in front of it. Good morning.
Good morning.
What did you
Been
just
testifying
break?
for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Listened to a lot of phone calls.
We have.
And now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them. I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
I wouldn't do that to anybody in this
She
room.
said that with a straight face.
But I do have some questions. I can't remember if you testified to it on direct or not, but you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
For the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I am.
Thank you. And I don't think you said exactly. I remember you said you got involved early on. What does early on mean with respect to the date that Dan Markel was killed?
I believe the homicide occurred on a Friday. I was called on Monday, that following Monday, so the 18th, 19th, 20th,
Okay.
around the
That one.
21st.
Thank you. And when you became involved, who kind of updated you with, here's what we got, and to discuss with you your input of where it should go?
I got the initial call from investigator Scott Cherry. He initially called me and asked me to assist with some leads, basically outside the state of Florida, basically, and outside of Tallahassee.
Okay. All right. You're obviously here testifying for the state,
Yes, ma'am.
so I'm not sure we're going to agree on everything. Is that fair? But I think you could agree with me that my client, Donna Adelson, when she has something on her mind, I mean, you've reviewed the materials, right? The emails, and you listen to the phone calls and text messages, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
If she's got something to say, something on her mind, she writes about it, and she writes a lot about it. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes. Yes. On
Okay.
certain matters, yes.
Okay. And kind of the opposite of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna, just going, yeah, and then finally, when she can, she changes the subject, right?
That's correct.
And from all of the phone records that you have reviewed, not just for this time period, they talk on the phone a lot, don't they?
They do.
Okay. And when they talk, sometimes they talk for a long time, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that sometimes if you don't hear an entire conversation and you just hear a little part of it, you might not be able to put that into context with what the discussion is? Is that fair?
That's sometimes fair, yes.
Okay. You said that there were leads that you were going to follow up with respect to folks who were outside of the state of Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am, among other leads.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but were those witnesses or those suspects?
Some of both.
Okay.
We were also trying to track down the green Prius, so there were quite literally thousands of green Priuses throughout the state and the country that were potential suspect vehicles.
Okay, so you followed up on leads of where green Priuses were outside the state of Florida, is that fair to say?
Outside and inside.
Okay.
Outside of Tallahassee is fair to say.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see here. Just some notes about some of the calls. Would you agree that there were several times in those calls where people were talking about traffic, how heavy the traffic was in one location or another? I think Katie does it some and Charlie does it some. Do you recall that?
Talking about traffic in South Florida?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during the calls that we listened to, these are wiretap calls that have been recorded. That was your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those calls, at the point that Charlie Adelson starts to be pretty concerned about what the heck is going on, why is my family continuing to be contacted about that, you can see a change in his demeanor, right?
Certain calls you could, yes.
I mean, there are a couple calls between him and Katie where he's pretty angry, and he's letting her know that something needs to be done. Somebody needs to call this number and figure out what's going on, right?
Somebody other than me.
His characterization of being angry, I don't know about, but yes, he was trying to encourage her to find out who was doing this. Correct.
Cracking knuckles.
And I mean, yeah, I don't want you to gauge somebody's character, but I mean, he was getting aggressive with her. Is that fair to say?
I don't think he was, in my opinion, if that's what you're asking me, my opinion is I don't think he was angry at her. I think he was upset with the situation.
Right, he was showing that.
Yes, he was being, he was showing that he was not happy.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so maybe his anger isn't at her, but he's wanting her to do something that's not been done, so he keeps on about it, right?
Yes, he's very anxious. Yes, I would agree with that.
And in some of the calls with her, he shows concern about whether this is somebody related to the people who have committed the killing. Maybe it's the police, but he's letting her know that he's concerned that this might be somebody who's involved some way, right?
I agree.
When they're talking about the brother in Broward County, Katie, you can tell in those calls, she knows Luis Rivera has been incarcerated in Broward County, and now she's getting concerned, right?
Right, she's concerned. I wasn't so sure he was catching on to that part of it.
Yeah, not that it was Luis Rivera, but
right.
But he was concerned about it, and then she became concerned about it.
That's correct.
And his discussions about being worried about it, those were with Katie, correct?
That's correct.
When he talks to his mother, he's always reassuring her everything's fine. Sometimes it's 99% sure, 100% sure, 1,000% sure. He's got all these percentages, but he's telling his mother there's nothing to worry about. Nobody's coming after you. You're okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so this investigation was pretty lengthy, fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And you were involved in the investigation, I guess it would be the Monday after the homicide through Mrs. Adelson's arrest, correct?
Going through today, yes ma'am.
Okay, we want to talk about the period from when Danny Markel was killed. I should say we want to talk about, my questions are going to relate to from the date that Danny Markel was killed through the date of her arrest.
Okay.
And I know you got records, some people's records, phone records, etc., that were from prior to Danny being killed, correct?
Correct.
Emails, etc.
Correct.
And my questioning will address those as well, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. You have testified about getting a wiretap, right?
I didn't personally get the wiretap, but I've testified about the wiretap. Correct.
One was obtained in this case.
That's correct.
And when I say in this case, I'm not referring to Donna Adelson. I'm referring to there's a lot of co-conspirators that are alleged, right?
Correct.
And wiretaps were approved by the court for 2 people in the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the only wiretaps you got from the date of Danny Markel's homicide through Mrs. Adelson being arrested were on Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And Catherine Magbanawa, right?
The only ones we got on this case were. That's correct.
All right. And in this case, I mean, who I just included. I mean, you testified Luis Rivera was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And he entered a plea deal.
Correct.
Okay. And Sigfredo Garcia, the one who did the killing, he was arrested.
That's correct.
And convicted. And we'll go back to that in a minute. Then you got who? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, right?
That's correct.
And then you have Mrs. Adelson who's been charged, correct?
Correct.
So of those 5 people, the only wiretaps you ever got were on Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, correct?
That's correct. There was a previous wiretap on Luis Rivera.
Okay. All right. When you say previous, what is that time period?
That was in 2014 and I think went into 2015.
Okay. So it was one wiretap that you got that was extended.
It was not our wiretap. It was a different agency's wiretap we're investigating him for the crime that he was incarcerated for.
Okay, not for this case.
Not for this case,
Okay.
correct. But there were available recordings that we reviewed
Okay.
of his wiretap
Okay, all right.
that assisted us with this investigation.
Okay, thank you. And to get a wiretap, there's a process you have to go through, right?
Correct.
An affidavit or basically showing probable cause has to be submitted to the court, correct?
That's correct.
A petition for a wiretap has to be submitted to the court.
Yes.
And the court reviews it, and if the court approves it based on the probable cause and the petition, here in this case, it was granted twice, right?
That's correct.
And in what has to be shown in this affidavit is probable cause, right?
Correct.
And what is your working knowledge of what probable cause means?
My working knowledge?
Yes, sir.
It's evidence that is built upon, that is shows a pattern of what can be beyond a reasonable doubt. Not beyond a reasonable doubt, but brings upon reasonable suspicion upon something.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you clarified that. A probable cause affidavit is basically you have evidence that a crime has been committed, correct?
Correct.
And the particular person who's the suspect in that affidavit is probably the person who committed the crime. Is that kind of a fair way to say it?
That's one way to say it, yes.
Okay, all right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, not beyond reasonable doubt.
Okay, and when you get an arrest warrant, it's the same thing. It's just probable cause, correct?
Correct.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I don't think you were asked about it specifically, but as the lead investigator on the case, you're familiar with the circumstances of Mr. Markel being killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he was followed by Sigfredo and Garcia and Luis Rivera the day of his murder.
Yes, ma'am.
They followed him from his house to the preschool that the children went to, right?
Correct.
They watched him walk the children into the school, correct?
That's correct.
And then when he left the school and went to the gym, they followed him there, right?
Correct.
And after he was done with the gym, they followed him to his home.
That's correct.
Okay. And during the course of this morning, besides those actions, what's happening is there's communication between Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson, right?
That's correct.
And they're exes at this time. The divorce is final, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the communication that was spoken of here was Danny Markel. He leaves a voicemail for Wendy that morning, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
I can't recall if you were the witness where that was played or not. Were you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to it?
It's been a long time ago.
Would you agree with me that it was a pretty pleasant message?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Markel was being friendly about, he and Wendy potentially getting together to discuss one of the children's school that they might be going to, right?
Yes.
He even suggests, I think, that they could meet at the school and take a walk and talk about it, right?
I don't recall that part, but it was pleasant.
Okay. You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not going to be able to answer any of my questions about those then?
I might not be able to. You can try.
We got other witnesses. We'll go on if you don't know them, okay?
Okay.
Big, and she crosses it out.
Based on all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Markel didn't know what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am, I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that?
No, ma'am, we do not believe that.
Okay, and you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the gym and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare.
Okay, I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
Okay.
But Mr. Markel, being unaware of what was going to happen to him that morning, he was just kind of going about life as usual. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When he took his children to the preschool and hugged and kissed them and sent them on in the room, He didn't know that was the last time he was going to see him.
He did not.
And those children certainly didn't know that was the last time they were ever in their lives going to see their father.
No, they didn't.
And we've gone through, they go to the gym, they follow Sigfredo Garcia, and sometimes I mess up their names, Luis Rivera,
Yes, ma'am.
follow him in their car back to his home, right?
Correct.
And the evidence is that Sigfredo Garcia, they pull up behind Mr. Markel in his driveway, right?
Correct.
And the car's still running. Mr. Markel is still inside of it. And from the evidence you're aware of, he was talking on the phone to someone.
That's correct.
And he at least is alerted from the evidence that you obtained that somebody is in his driveway and he doesn't know who it is, right?
That's correct.
And from the evidence that you have reviewed, what happens is Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and he goes up and through the glass shoots Danny Markel twice, right?
Correct.
Once in the cheek area and one time almost right between the eyes.
That's correct.
So the investigation really begins in the case when the neighbor, I think his name was Mr. Geiger, he calls 911, correct?
Correct.
And he's already testified to what transpired that made him make that call to 911. But as soon as 911 is called, the investigation starts. Is that fair to say?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, law enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
Correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so that the crime scene would be secure and evidence wouldn't be tampered with or trampled over, whatever. Is that right?
That's correct.
Cars were not allowed to go up towards the house, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. But people who drove up to the crime scene tape and could turn around in your investigation, they would be able to see these cars sitting out there in front of Mr. Markel's house, right?
It depends on which side of the street you're on, I believe, but I was not at the scene, so I can't really testify to that.
Okay, have you reviewed the pictures?
I have seen pictures.
Okay.
I think they're just trying to distract away from Donna's role.
I don't
with
recall
this.
what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon, I think it was TPD, located Wendy Adelson having lunch with some friends, right?
That was TPD, yes ma'am.
Okay, and they took her back to TPD and they spoke to her, right?
They did.
Okay, you're aware of that interview?
I am.
Have you observed it?
I have.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, which is several hours long, right?
I believe so. It's been a while.
Okay. There are times when she's sitting in the room with a victim advocate alone, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes, I don't remember, was he Detective Investigator Isom?
Investigator Isom.
Investigator Isom comes in and speaks to her some, right?
Correct.
Sherry Bennett comes in and talks to her about some things from TPD, correct?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. We'll have another witness.
Okay.
But you agree people are coming and going out of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
And Wendy Adelson, there are many Adelsons, so I'll stop saying Mrs. I'll give their first names, okay? Wendy Adelson is recorded from the time she gets into that room until they are done speaking to her and she's going to be permitted to leave, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and during the course of her being interviewed, she says many things, but she certainly says that Mr. Markel's parents are going to think that she did it, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then she starts answering questions about who it is that possibly could have done this to Mr. Markel, and she gives lots of choices. Maybe it's an angry student, right?
Right.
Maybe it's someone that got upset with him, right?
Right.
And when she talks about her family, she said that her brother had previously joked that he was going to get a hitman, but instead it was cheaper to get her a TV, correct?
Correct.
And when asked about who was angry, she said that her parents disliked him more than anyone. Those were her statements, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from that date that she's interviewed there and she gives statements, fair to say that her family become suspects.
It depends on who's definition of suspects you have, but they are persons of interest.
Persons of interest, okay, from that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many suspects did you have from the time Mr. Markel was killed through Donna Adelson being arrested?
Suspects?
Yes, sir.
I would call them persons of interest.
I'm sorry, we'll use your word.
Yeah, we had a lot of persons of interest throughout the case.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you a number, but there was numerous.
You followed up on numerous persons of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were there numerous persons of interest before you were focused in on the Adelson family?
About a year.
A year?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't consider in the first year the Adelson family as persons of interest?
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year in.
Okay. On them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was an investigation going on regarding the Adelsons from the time that Wendy started saying these comments, right?
They were part of the investigation.
Okay. I mean, bank records were obtained very early on the Adelson family, correct?
That's correct.
And those were updated throughout the entire investigation, right?
There was different times during the investigation they were updated. After they became main suspects and we identified Luis Rivera, we definitely did then.
Okay. And starting on July the 21st of 2014, up through the day that Donna Adelson was arrested, you stayed actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were even there when she was arrested, correct?
I was there on every single arrest. Yes, ma'am.
You're invested in the case because you were the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
Arrest.
Have you ever made a mistake in your work?
Sure.
Have you ever initially assumed that one person might be a suspect or a person of interest, and later it turned out that they were not the one that committed the crime?
Not a suspect, no, ma'am.
No? Not a person of interest?
Maybe a person of interest, yes. Not a suspect.
You've been right from the time you thought that they were a person of interest through them being arrested. Not made a mistake.
As a suspect I deem as somebody we have probable cause on.
Okay.
And Donna's a suspect, just for the record. I'm still batting 1,000.
All right. So, not just TPD and not just you with the FBI. There were several agencies who were involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Not for the investigation. I would disagree with that.
You would? So the state attorney's office investigator was not involved in the investigation of this case?
Later on he was, but there's not several agencies. There was just a few that assisted, yes.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved, did they not?
They assisted, correct.
And they assisted with the search warrant in Mrs. Adelson, Donna Adelson's home, right?
That's correct.
They were there when she was arrested. Is that right?
I believe that was the Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade. There's different agencies down there, so
yeah.
Different agencies would assist when we needed help. Yes.
So some agency down there was there for her arrest.
Right. What I'm saying is there's not a bunch of agencies who were invested in the case throughout the entire investigation.
Oh, sure.
There were several that assisted.
There are main investigative agencies, yourself and TPD.
Yes. Correct.
But there were others who were involved as well.
That were involved that assisted us, yes.
Right. Even the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in assisting, right?
That's correct.
And so, fair to say you had resources that were beyond just TPD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the evidence that's been collected in this case has been for years, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're like, at this point, unfortunately, Mr. Markel has been gone for, is my math right, 11 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the different kinds of evidence that was obtained in this case include a lot of emails.
I'd agree with that.
One witness testified that there were hundreds of thousands of emails that were obtained in this case.
I don't know what another witness testified to this.
No, I'm asking your knowledge. You're aware that there were hundreds of thousands.
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And in addition to having these emails, you also recovered a lot of text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hundreds of thousands of emails, I can tell you from my experience in this case, that's not easy to go through, is it?
No, ma'am.
So were a lot of people involved in reviewing the emails for the investigation?
TPD had people that reviewed the emails.
Okay. And I'm sure you're not familiar with all hundreds of thousands of them. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
The ones that have been presented here with the state and you going over with them, preparing for court, some of them have been introduced into evidence, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also, in addition to that, there are, even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess?
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first recorded calls.
And when I say recorded calls, I mean the wire calls. That's what you have that you've testified to here in court.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look at my notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
They would have started the wire before the bump because they want to catch whatever actions the bump caused. You don't want to cause the bump and then say, hey, they're doing something, quick, can we get a warrant and listen in and see what's happening? You don't want to miss that. That's the whole point. You need to set up first.
It looks like 4/8 of 16 is when we started the wire on Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Catherine McManwell.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia, he went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him, he went and bought 2 burner phones, we went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him, and then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanawa, those ended around June the 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's correct.
Okay. In addition to those recorded calls that you have, you also, in this investigation, have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markel was killed, right?
Yes, call detail records showing the calls back and forth, date and times. Yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right. All it's their phone records. There's no content is what it is. It's the
Correct.
Call detail records. Yes, ma'am.
So you got those for an extended period of time, right?
We did.
Many years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about TPD reviewing the emails, the hundreds of thousands of emails. How about the recorded calls? Was someone listening in on those?
Which recorded calls?
For the bump.
So you're talking about the wire calls?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we had people who had to live monitor those calls. We can't just record them without somebody sitting there and listening to them. They have to minimize them as they go.
Let's talk about minimizing. Minimizing is when there's a point in a call where something's being discussed that's not relevant to your investigation. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so the minimization takes place in that click. We're not recording that part. We're not listening to the part. How does that work?
Yeah, they hit a button and it stops recording and stops listening.
Okay.
And then they give a certain amount of time. They go back in and start listening again to see if there's anything relevant.
Okay.
To the conversation.
All right. And in some of these calls that have been admitted, they could be extended calls, many minutes, but there's only a very short period of time that's relevant to this case. Is that fair to say?
That's that officer who's actually monitoring at that time. That's their determination. So they've been instructed on how to do the minimization, and they listen to the best of their knowledge, and they make those determinations of whether they think it's relevant or not.
Okay. But you would agree that some of these calls, well, let's just give an example. There's a call on April the 15th of 2016, if you look at your summary, 8:32 p.m.
Just about poked himself
And
in
it
the eye
says
with
it's 50 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you see that?
You said April 15th, you have the call number?
2016. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 989.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am, I see it. 50 minutes long, yes, ma'am.
For 50 minutes, they're talking, but they're not talking about this case for 50 minutes. Fair to say?
Fair to say they're not talking about this case in regards to the actual, I would say it's relevant to the case.
It's relevant to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're talking about Charlie wanting to buy a go-kart and become a professional go-kart driver, that's relevant to the case?
I believe some of that was minimized.
Right. So my point is, if it's a 50-minute call, that doesn't mean the 50 minutes are about this case, right?
No, all 50 minutes of it? No, ma'am.
Okay. So we may have heard 2 minutes in some of these calls that say they're lengthy.
Correct.
I mean, some of the calls we listen to completely, 10-minute calls, 15-minute calls, we listen to those entirely, right?
Some of them we did, yes.
Okay, but most of them we're looking at segments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where it says the duration of the call, you're not saying that the duration is they've spoken on the phone about this case for that period of time?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay.
This lawyer drove the podium like a golf cart at the beginning of this cross-examination, crashed into all the wires, just about broke the courtroom. I posted it on Twitter, just the excerpt of her beginning her cross-examination. If you missed it, you can go find it on X under the Recovery Addict account.
I know I'm going to get this wrong because I get things wrong. So I'm not going to pronounce this right. I can't remember if it's Jeffrey Lacoste, something?
I say Lacoste, but
okay,
I don't
Lacoste.
know either.
All right. Was he a person of interest?
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacoste. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him, so.
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
At some point, I'm sure he was.
Okay. Wendy Adelson, in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacoste as a suspect, did she?
I don't know what you mean, offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that, does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You don't?
No.
Okay, that's okay. We'll get him to play it. You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacoste?
I don't.
That's okay.
Sorry.
We'll play it.
That's okay. We'll play it. You better keep your word. We want to hear these tapes. We want to see this happening.
How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No.
Less than 50?
Less than 50.
25?
Witnesses? Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally?
Yes, sir.
Just a handful.
Handful. There was a call, RR, and there's so many calls, that's not going to ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary, it's going to ring a bell. But you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016 between Catherine Magbanawa and Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday, where they're talking and there are some pretty inappropriate comments about her breasts? That's not how he or she referred to them, but you remember that call?
I do.
And at that time, Catherine Magbanawa is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 1214, and that happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
She's like, I wouldn't be able to vouch for that.
Is it fair to say that the information that was obtained in these recorded calls was used in your investigation to determine if you're moving forward on a person or not? Is that fair to say?
That was a piece of it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was. Okay. Charlie Adelson, in the Dolce Vita recording, that was played with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where Katie and Charlie are meeting at a restaurant, right?
Correct.
April 20th of 2016.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
And in addition to a recording inside the restaurant where they're talking, I guess there's some pictures also, right?
Inside the restaurant?
Outside the restaurant, they take pictures.
Outside the restaurant when they were on the sidewalk, yes, ma'am.
That's before or after they go inside?
After.
Okay, so they go inside and they're there for an extended period of time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there's one or more agent or officer of some sort in there with concealed recording devices trying to capture their conversation, right?
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're going to get your checks." He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did, yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Considered that statement?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
This is all distraction. Pay no attention to our client who's sitting across the room from you. Look at Wendy, look at Charlie, look at Sigfredo, look at Katie.
Okay, so we've had the agencies that have helped in some way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And TPD was responsible for reviewing the emails. Who was responsible for listening to the calls?
It was TPD was monitoring the calls. They had officers assigned to shifts monitoring the calls live.
They did it around the clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
well, I don't recall doing a night shift, a late night shift, but we could have. I don't remember.
Okay, many hours a day.
9 years
They're
ago.
listening in on all the phone calls of Magbanawa and Charlie Adelson. Is that
Yes,
fair to
ma'am.
say? Okay.
Correct.
And these people who are listening in, how are they getting the information to the investigators on the case when they hear something that they think is relevant? How does that process work?
There's different ways. Sometimes they would call us directly. Sometimes myself or investigator Ayden would be in there, or other people on the squad would be in there, or they would relay the information through different means.
Okay, and you say in there, you mean actually in there where they're listening to the call?
In the wire room, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you actually listening in on the calls as well?
No, ma'am. I was mostly in South Florida.
Okay.
During a lot of the wire.
Okay.
I would go in there and review calls, because we can go in there and they would mark them pertinent, what was pertinent, non-pertinent. So we would have to go in and listen to calls that had already been made and recorded, and that's where we would have to go to listen to them.
Okay, when you say mark permanent, what did you say?
Pertinent.
Pertinent. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Pertinent or not pertinent? You said they're marked that way. Did you get some kind of printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database, that we could go in and log in and see these calls listed.
Words are hard.
And so yourself and Ayden and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent, is somebody letting you know that right away?
Yes, usually. We left them instructions
Okay.
to do that.
And
yes.
something urgent would be, oh my goodness, somebody's meeting up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the resources that you had in South Florida at the time, including yourself, is some of these people are going to be meeting up. We need to go see what we can capture. Is that right?
There was a short period after the bump that we did that, not throughout a long period of time, of course.
Sure, right. Okay. During the bump that's going on, that I'm referring to the bump as not just the day they meet on the street, but that period of time where you have the wire live down there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and during that period of time, yourself, you were there. Were there other people on standby to assist you?
There were. I had some other FBI agents that are assigned to Miami Division that were assisting me.
Including the individuals who went in and did the recordings. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were there for some of them. Which ones were you there for?
For some of what?
The meetings that were recorded.
I was there for the bump. I was there for the next day meeting with Mrs. Adelson and Mr. Charlie Adelson when they met on the boardwalk. I was there. I mean, I was in South Florida the whole time. Whether I was physically at the meeting, it's hard to say. I was outside of Dolce Vita. I did not go in because I had already been close to Mr. Adelson and Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson the day that they met on the boardwalk. I was pretty close to them, so I wasn't sure if they noticed me or not. So I didn't go back in and get close to them again after that. So I did not go into Dolce Vita. I did not go into Matsuri. I was outside, but not inside the restaurants.
Okay. And when you said you'd already been close to them, you mean in proximity, not that they were aware of you and what your job was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And also in this case, there was use of, I guess, firearms experts. Was that at FDLE?
That would have been FDLE.
And the purpose of that in the investigation was to determine if both of the projectiles came from the same weapon, right?
I don't believe we had that examination done.
That's okay. If you don't recall it, we'll talk about that from somebody else. Yes,
we didn't recover the weapon, so we did not have a weapon.
You didn't have the weapon, right? Right.
To compare.
You can compare two projectiles from the markings on them to see if they came from the same weapon.
You could.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. And you said you had surveillance videos from the gym?
From Premier Gym, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where else did you have surveillance video footage?
At which point?
Any point in this investigation.
The whole investigation?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. I know we had some traffic cameras from the time of his drive.
You're talking about when
Mr. Markel was driving the kids to the daycare,
right?
And when he was driving to the gym,
okay.
We had bus surveillance video.
Okay.
And you referred to surveillance video. We had some surveillance video of inside Dolce Vita, along with the recording. We had some recordings of when they came out of Dolce Vita. That's all I can recall right now. I'm sure there's probably more.
Probably more? Okay.
Possibly.
Okay.
Oh, surveillance video from the bank when I located Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia going to the bank. Immediately following the homicide on the way back from Tallahassee, they stopped at a bank and an ATM.
Right.
I got surveillance video from that ATM.
Right. Let me ask you this. The co-conspirators is how I refer to them, the co-conspirators that have been tried and convicted. The first question is, were they followed prior to their arrests?
Which ones specifically?
Any of the ones that have been tried and convicted.
Followed prior to their arrest?
Yes.
Like the day of their arrest or
no,
any time?
Any time before that.
Yes. Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McBanwell, I had electronic video surveillance on their residence.
That means somebody's there watching their residence?
No, ma'am.
How do you get that then?
We use cameras.
Cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
The video was the key on that one.
Well, I don't want you to.
And we also did some surveillance on Catherine McBanwell when she went to go meet Charlie Adelson to pick up checks before the bump. We did surveillance on her then.
How did you know she was going to pick up checks?
We were already up on the wire that week prior, and that's the photo that was shown to me earlier in the trial of her getting out of the black car and getting into Charlie's car.
That was for picking up checks?
Yes, ma'am.
The check she picked up came from Charlie Adelson?
He gave her the check that day,
okay.
Correct.
Pretty incredible that you were able to determine the vehicle and find it throughout Tallahassee on bus cameras? Is that
You should just
what
say thank you.
said you used?
That wasn't me particularly. That was TPD. TPD did a great job. They did a great job of going back with the timeline of the neighbor and everything. And once they saw the video at premiere and were able to see the vehicle there, they knew the time frames and they went back and got all the video. They did an outstanding job on that.
There's software that does that very easily.
The people that were conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged, were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel doing that surveillance. The video surveillance I did through the FBI.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
In addition to the people who've been convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her comings and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up to the bump, I had FBI personnel doing surveillance to get a pattern of life so we could find out where she was going, so we could come up with an idea of where to conduct a bump at.
Okay, and that was where she would be outside walking? Is that fair?
Correct. When she went to go pick up Mr. Markel's children from preschool, we were able to determine what time she left out of there, and it was a consistent time every day that she went to go pick the children up from school. So we determined that was a good time to set up the operation because we had a known time when that was going to occur.
Right. And was she followed in her vehicle, places that she traveled to?
I don't recall exactly if she was followed in her vehicle. It's possible, though, during that time period, trying to get a pattern of life.
In determining this pattern of life, where she walks her grandchildren to the school before school starts and then walks back to pick them up, were you present for observing that?
Not on those days. On the day of the bump, I was.
Okay. But you got that information from whoever in the FBI was doing the surveillance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the live surveillance, the recordings that you've had, folks have been retained to do an enhancement of some of those things, correct?
That's correct.
So if the recording doesn't sound real clear from what you obtained in your equipment when you went in, an enhancement means that you basically block out some of the outside noise, if you will, and then you can hear the voice of the person speaking that you want to hear. You can hear them more clearly. Is that correct?
It's a clarification, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to all of the things we've talked about, cell phones were recovered in this case by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And some computers as well, correct?
Correct.
And those were searched, right?
As far as I know, yes.
You didn't participate in that part.
No, ma'am.
But you're aware in the investigation that material that has been used in prosecuting these individuals came from those phones and computers, right?
I am.
Okay.
They should be done with him before lunch.
Now, you never got a wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
And 1 year into it, you decided that did she move from a person of interest to a suspect? I don't remember how you worded it.
Yes, ma'am. Once I identified Sigfredo Garcia as being in Tallahassee the day of the murder at the gym, and identified Luis Rivera, we were able to go back and get phone records, and that's when I was able to link back to the Adelson family.
Okay. And you've testified on direct when each person was arrested. I guess it would have been Garcia first, and then Rivera was already incarcerated, right?
That's correct. We still visited him, and he was. I can't remember if it was a complaint or an indictment, but he was still indicted under this case.
He was indicted, okay. But at the time he was indicted, he was serving a prison sentence in federal prison, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was in Coleman FCI at the time.
And his sentence for his federal case was what?
I believe it was 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a while.
Okay. And in this case, he assisted law enforcement. We've heard testimony of that. You're aware of that?
Eventually he did, yes ma'am.
Okay, and his assistance was taking you places, explaining things. Is that fair to say?
Yes ma'am. We drove him around Tallahassee and let him explain things, and then we drove him down to South Florida looking for the weapon.
Down to South Florida looking for the weapon. That's where you thought the weapon was?
Yes ma'am. That's where he told us that they ditched the weapon, was on the way to South Florida. It was along the road on the way to South Florida when they threw the weapon in the river.
And whereabouts, do you recall, whereabouts was that between Tallahassee and where they went to when the homicide was over in South Florida?
Where he said he dumped the weapon?
Yes, where did you...
Yes, ma'am. It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay.
We finally identified a bridge that he thought looked like the bridge that him and Sigfredo actually threw the gun away, but he was driving.
But you didn't locate it?
No, ma'am. We did extensive searches for the weapon.
He told you what kind of gun was used, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that gun? What type?
38.
It was a 38.
Revolver.
I don't remember if it was a Smith & Wesson, but it's been a while.
It was a revolver, right?
It was a revolver, yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Same as Martha James. She had a 38 revolver too.
You recall that in around June of 2016, so after this bump period and the ending of the wiretap, that the probable cause in this case, it was leaked out, wasn't it?
That's what I was told.
And TPD actually held a press conference, right?
They did hold a press conference at some point, yes.
And the Adelson family, according to what TPD said and those probable cause affidavit, the Adelson family were announced as being considered as suspects, right?
I don't believe they talked about that at the press conference at all. I think they just, at the press conference, what I remember is him just announcing Sigfredo Garcia's arrest. But that's what I recall, but it's been 9 years ago.
Sure, and it's mentioned in the probable cause too, right?
It was mentioned in the probable cause, yes ma'am. And that's not the press conference though.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked a compound question. I included them both, and obviously the first thing I said was the press conference, and that's what you picked up on. So that's my fault.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Now, from the time that Mr. Markel was murdered to the time that Donna Adelson was arrested, fair to say she lived a pretty routine life, right?
I don't know what her routine life is, but I couldn't disagree with that.
Well, during your investigation, you learned that she worked at the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
You learned that Harvey Adelson, her husband of now 54 years, did general dentistry there, right?
That's correct.
You learned that Charlie Adelson was a periodontist and worked some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did, I guess it's dental surgery. I'm not real familiar with it, but basically he did dental surgery for many different doctors, right?
I believe it was periodontal work, but yes.
Yeah.
He traveled around and did, yeah.
I'm sorry if I misspoke. I thought surgery was the periodontist.
I don't know either.
Whatever. He was a specialist, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he did that work for several different dentists, correct?
He did. He traveled around in different offices and worked out of other people's offices.
Okay.
Is what he did.
And a lot of the calls that he made to his mother that you've listened to, he's talking to her between these appointments, right?
He is.
Okay.
During appointments sometimes too, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Okay. During this time period from your investigation, you're aware that after Mr. Markel was murdered, until the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, she and her husband left the United States several times to travel, right?
They did.
And they returned each time, right?
They did.
Okay. Back in 2019 is when the iMessage outside your house was obtained during the course of this investigation, right?
I don't know the date.
Okay. Somebody else does. But, well, I'll have to ask somebody else that. Now, on these calls that you're listening to, you're hearing what the parties are saying to each other, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not hearing any of the conversations, unless you've recorded them, of what they speak about before that, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Yeah,
re-ask that
sure.
question?
I mean, it's clear in these recorded phone calls that these folks are talking in person sometimes.
Correct.
They're talking about lots of issues that are recorded, but they speak outside of these recorded calls that you have.
That's correct.
So you're not privy to that if you haven't recorded it.
That's fair.
So when they're having these conversations, there are things in their mind that you're not aware of.
That's possible, yes.
Okay.
I'll explain why she's doing this here when we get a break, this defense strategy, and some potential pitfalls that go along with it.
Now, all of these calls that have been played here today, they were considered as one of the pieces of your investigation, right?
One of the pieces.
Sure.
Correct.
So on call S, when Charlie says to his mother, you didn't do anything to anybody, you don't know anything, you considered that.
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
Okay.
This is a strategy. Could be
And
risky.
on these calls where Charlie Adelson is talking to his mother, you would agree that at least the majority of the conversation comes from Charlie, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Sometimes the overwhelming majority of the conversation. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes.
And there are times that Mrs. Adelson is talking to Charlie on the phone and she says, we'll meet up and talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the phone with you, right?
Yes, she does.
And you don't know where she got the idea from of why it is she's not going to talk about it on the phone, do you?
Do I know?
From your investigation, have you gotten evidence to show why it is she's saying those things?
Through my investigation,
Do you have evidence?
okay. Do I have evidence? No.
Okay. Now, Catherine McBanawa, well, Sigfredo went to trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Luis Rivera, after he was indicted, or before he was indicted, he cooperated with law enforcement, correct?
That's incorrect.
After he was indicted?
It was well after he's indicted.
Okay, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. So
It's fine.
well after he's indicted on the charges, he decides he's going to cooperate, right?
Yes, it was a few months later.
Okay, and he had a 12-year sentence with the federal prison, right?
He already had that, yes, ma'am.
Right, based on federal charges, right?
Correct.
And he got a sentence for his role in this case for a period of 19 years, correct?
Correct.
But that was to be served concurrently, meaning at the same time with the sentence that he had on his federal case, right?
I believe so.
So the additional time that he got for this homicide is 7 years, correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And Mr. Garcia is the first one to be tried and convicted, right?
He's the first one that was convicted.
Okay.
He was tried together.
Right. But that first trial of him, he's convicted, right?
Correct.
And he's sentenced to life in prison.
Correct.
And then Catherine McBanawa has a trial, and she's convicted, correct?
Correct.
And she's sentenced to life in prison, right?
Correct.
And Charlie Adelson is, so we've got the first three, life in prison except for Luis Rivera, who gets basically an additional 7 years, right?
Correct.
Then you get to Charlie Adelson, and he's arrested, right?
Correct.
And he has a trial, correct?
Correct.
And his defense, if you will, I mean, you were there for that trial, right?
I was there for my part of the trial. I was not allowed to be in the courtroom during the rest of the testimony.
Was there at any point during the course of Mr. Charlie Adelson going to trial, getting convicted, and thereafter that you learned that his defense was that he was being extorted?
Yes, I did.
You heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
But he got convicted, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was sentenced to life in prison.
That's correct.
Okay. So then comes Catherine McBanawa after she's been convicted, and she's in prison for life, right?
Correct.
The testimony is that she gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
She actually gave 2 proffers first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she gave those proffers, she gave information about what she says happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's hoping, she's giving this cooperation because she's not promised anything, but hoping, as she's testified, that someday she'll see her kids, so she won't actually have to serve a life sentence. That's fair to say, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that's correct.
Okay, and when she gives these two proffers, it's before she testifies against Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And the first proffer that she gives is a little bit different than the story she told in 2 different trials so far. Sigfredo Garcia's and then herself, right?
I would agree with that.
She changes some information.
I don't know if she changes information. She has more information as time goes on because I believe she was minimizing the first 2 proffers, which is very, very common for defendants to do. They minimize their role in actual crimes.
Right, so when she testifies in Sigfredo Garcia's trial and then in her trial, basically...
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I misunderstood what you said about which trial.
No, I'm sorry. I can't speak over you, and I talk way too fast because the court reporter can only get one of us, so I apologize for that. It's not intentional.
I thought you said the proffer.
I did.
Okay.
I did. So,
okay.
So I'm changing now.
Okay.
So
okay.
She basically, when she testifies in those first 2 trials, she didn't just minimize, she didn't have involvement.
Right.
That's
she lied in the first 2 trials.
She lied. Straight
yes.
up.
Correct.
Okay. And then she gives this first proffer, and she's not being completely honest there either, is she?
She's not being fully forthcoming,
okay.
is the way I describe it.
All right. And you're in that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is in there with her?
Jason Newland, Investigator State Attorney's Office, and Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, all right. And when you all are in there interviewing her the first time, she's not being forthcoming, and you're asking her questions, aren't you?
Correct.
And you know she's not being forthcoming because of other things you obtained in the investigation and the convictions that you've had, right?
I feel like she's holding back her involvement.
And
Correct.
at some point in that first proffer, you got so frustrated you just got up and walked out, didn't you?
I left the room. I didn't walk out. We left the room to let her think about it. It's a strategic process to have them think about it and reconsider them not being totally honest with us. So it wasn't that I was walking out done with her.
No, you weren't done because she came back and then she gave another proffer.
It was like
Correct.
a bump.
Right. And from the first proffer that she gave to the second proffer that she gave, she tells more, right?
She does.
Okay. And then she gets to Charlie Adelson's trial, and by the time she gets there, she's got more information even she testifies to, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So she wasn't honest in her first testimony at her trial, right?
In her trial, correct.
Well, she testified twice. There were 2 trials she testified in first.
Correct. Her trials, she lied in her first 2 trials. Absolutely.
Okay, and she wasn't completely forthcoming in her first proffer.
Correct.
And she wasn't completely forthcoming in her second proffer.
Correct.
And she comes into the third trial the third trial is Charlie Adelson, and she provides additional information, which means she wasn't forthcoming before, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then she's been here in trial. Are you aware that she's testified here?
I'm aware she was here, but I know nothing about it.
Right, because you're under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you real familiar with all of the testimony and proffers that she's given in this case?
No.
You're not?
Not real familiar?
Yeah.
I can't say I'm real familiar. Depends on what it is, I guess.
Are you real familiar with what she testified to in Charlie's trial?
I don't know if I can say I'm real familiar with it.
That's okay. We'll get that information and get it to the jury.
This witness is like, this is crazy. We're going to talk about why she's doing this and what she's trying to accomplish.
Just one moment, I left something on my table.
Okay. The reason why this cross-examination sounds like the state's prosecution on direct, okay, is because they're saying the same thing, with one exception. Defense is leaving out Donna. They are highlighting every other bit of information every other player, the role they played, the events that occurred that don't involve Donna, they're highlighting, they're circling, they're underlining, they're reading them aloud with the jury. And it is quite repetitive. It is a great recap if you don't want to hear what Donna's part was. It's fantastic. It's excellent. And this has its pitfalls. Oh, she's coming back, so we have to wait. Hold on one second.
All right. There was some testimony about Mrs. Adelson making arrangements to take a trip to Vietnam. You've testified about that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar at least with what happened during that course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were intimately involved in her time period where she speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Right. I was only familiar with that Friday. It was like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay, and you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call.
Yes, ma'am.
And you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke to that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have the information from that call on Friday. And at what point do you learn that she is getting a ticket?
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home, here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
Thank you.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about
I'm sorry
she
that
got a
gets
flight?
I got a call from a contact that I had reached out to. And he checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased. And he called me Monday morning, said he checked again and saw that there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay, so this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay, so they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay, and you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not a, extradition happens in different ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much more difficult.
Right, but they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases they do, yes.
Right. It's kind of a case-by-case thing.
It is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You didn't investigate that?
I didn't investigate that, no.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall. It could have been that morning, it could have been later in the day, I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they've booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea, besides that phone call, what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about?
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
There was nothing.
You don't know what they were planning to do?
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah. And they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
You heard it. And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
And the
Are
extradition.
you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believed at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation,
This is his
come
opinion.
to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I
Did
was
you
not
give input?
involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am, that's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by participate.
You
I
told me.
drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
I did, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
No, just in case they got a warrant.
Just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markel was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes,
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markel and sometimes other people, right?
She's minimizing.
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says outside your house. No warrant.
Correct.
You got Catherine Magbanawa, who's come through her lying and not being completely truthful, and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip that she's going out of the country that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Just going out of town.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant, she's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I thought you knew that.
Makes a note. There's something he didn't know.
In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to him, his mother, and that's call G, you've never hurt or threatened anybody. And she says, I know.
Yes.
You at least considered that, right?
Sure.
So now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant. And they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami?
I can tell you.
Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's they?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done.
Yes.
And you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
That's correct, because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Waited to see if they made up a decision or waited to see if it was approved?
If they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning.
Okay. And what time did you arrive in Miami?
Around 6. 6:30, somewhere around there.
It's a long drive. 8 hours, 8.5 hours.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Buckets.
Stop and get gas?
Buckets.
Definitely.
Maybe something to eat?
Jerky.
Possibly.
Okay. So when you drive from Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami?
Yes, sir. I'm
Went
sorry.
to the airport.
That was a very open-ended. I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but You were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami Airport.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went?
It is.
Okay, and when you got there, had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were going to get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were going to get a warrant?
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant?
That they were going to try and get one. That decision when they decided that they were going to get a warrant, did you discuss it?
From my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock.
When they obtained it or when they decided?
When they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're going to get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant, but that was the decision, I thought, at that point.
She's so ready.
Around 3 o'clock, so you're still traveling at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually there?
No.
Okay. And they know that someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two, yeah. Either calling me or I called them.
Okay, so there was a phone communication?
There was.
You recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay, all right, so he says we've decided we're going to try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So an agent
there.
An agent from the FBI?
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him, and just to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
Okay. And you spoke to him ahead of time, so when you got there, he's the first person you met with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and everything was in order then?
I don't know about in order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes, this is happening. This is where we're at with it, yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told him.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just the Miami, I believe it's the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I believe I didn't talk to him. The other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you?
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
The U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Have just 1 second, please.
All right. Yes, before lunch, they did wrap up. I was right about this guess. A couple things she's trying to do here. She's trying to deflect blame, right? This is highlighting the guilt of co-conspirators to show how bad they were and, where the responsibility lies. Also, she's trying to undermine the prosecution's case where she's talked about some plea deals a little bit. Where those plea deals can discredit the witness's testimony, and that could help a little bit. She's looking to create reasonable doubt, showing that other people were heavily involved, and the prosecution hasn't proven specific actions by Donna or something that sort of make that a little bit lighter. And she's controlling the narrative to show that possibly, as she lays out this story, and it's seemingly from start to end without Donna's inclusion. Then maybe the defendant is less morally or legally liable for what she's doing. So it sounds very repetitive, but she's basically telling the whole story without the client in it. The problem this can have is that it can reinforce the conspiracy narrative. Okay, everyone could be like, yeah, look at all these parts and pieces, and the jury could still keep in mind what she did. And it could alienate the jury. This could put them to sleep or not believe. It may come across as looking desperate, everything else. And could implicate the defendant. So she has to be careful. Anyway, it's fun to listen to. I think she did a good job that way. It's not the most exciting testimony for us who have heard it all once already, but
Now, the time that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Sustained. Please approach.
Objection to hearsay, and that was rightfully done. Can't say what the lawyer said. Okay, just 1 second. Let's go to the end here. That's Dan's dad. He's been in the courtroom pretty much, I think, every day during the trial. Just rolling backwards here. Okay. This is what I want to see right here. This is the image. The defendant checking his watch. Like, he looks over at the jury, right? He looks up. He's looking at the jury. There's sort of a little smile. Big sigh. Up comes the watch. He's like, yeah. Anyway, wanted to show you that. So, we like this guy. The prosecution is not worried in the slightest. If they were worried that he was getting flustered or mixing things up or something, they might throw in an objection just to give him a chance to reset, mentally, to refocus. Even if it's an objection that, is basically groundless, this is going to get overruled as weak. They're sitting back with their arms folded, just watching. They have complete faith and trust in this witness to answer appropriately every question he's being asked, and he's nailing it. If he doesn't know, he says he doesn't know. If it wasn't part of it, he wasn't part of it. And he's not getting ahead of the questions. He's listening intently. He's giving the exact answer. He's following the line of reasoning. He's a great, great witness. He's an incredible lead investigator. And the confidence that the prosecution has in him, it just shows as they sit back with their arms folded, leaning back in their chair, knowing that that they get the final word in this one. It's going to be good. What is Harvey writing? I don't know. He has been keeping notes. I believe it's likely that that he's in communication with his wife's lawyers. I think he might, or with his wife, trying to talk about things about defense. I would think that's probably the most likely thing. Maybe he's keeping a record of things he thinks went wrong, where they might have grounds for appeal or something like that. Maybe he's keeping score of the jokes in the courtroom like we were. So, which we're up to right now. 48. A cool 4 dozen. The jokes, the law and the laughs is what we're tracking. And I did count the last one by, oh man, his face is all of us right now. Poor Mr. Stanford. I did count the last one by this defense attorney with the podium and then threatening to replay all the audio tapes again. Oh, there we go. Sidebar's over.
Okay, might have lost my train of thought.
Why don't you start over at the beginning and just make sure you didn't miss anything.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Agent, special agent?
Either one.
Titles don't matter to you?
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Sanford, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 60. Would you look at that for a moment before I ask you questions and just kind of review it?
Looks like a letter that has an official letterhead or stamp at the top. Possibly communication from the State Department. There's a seal and a Looks
Okay.
looks to be a seal.
Have you seen that document before?
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to
Okay, official document.
Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get out of your space so you can have your own space, and I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Now, you would agree that's the visa that she obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid. Now, some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese. You may,
No,
but
ma'am.
it has it in English. The same information right near the Vietnamese language. Do you see that?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it was good until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2024.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date order. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it was until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024. And that's the 90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right? If you kind of go down.
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay,
Yes,
so it was for
tourism. Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
The top. Good for single/multiple entries. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and once she leaves, she can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach?
AWOL, thank you very much. I agree. You probably shouldn't have done that. I don't think it's prejudicial one way or another. Most of the time that he's been on the stand has been prosecution. OG Sean White, 20 months. OG, both of you. AWOL and OG Sean White. Appreciate you.
So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself?
Probably. There might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security, so that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Sure. And at some point you got to the gate where they were going to be?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were going to leave?
I believe so.
Okay, and you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're going to obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point you saw them?
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airports when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across and there's a middle section too, so we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched the trials, so I figured they knew what I looked like, so I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together?
A couple of us were together.
Okay, I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like you get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are at like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal.
Terminal.
It was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but
I'm
when
not
you're
sure.
walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite
Correct,
side. Okay,
correct.
all right.
And
Sorry
there is
about that.
there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores. So it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and
Sure.
magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
Correct.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right? If you don't remember, it doesn't matter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay, did you see them?
I did.
Okay, and when you saw them, were they seated, waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean, the
seated or standing, one of the two. But they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
Okay, the flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so you were there for a couple of hours and the warrants issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about 6:30. So that's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time.
Yes, ma'am.
But you saw them.
I did.
And were the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from
And
Miami-Dade.
Was the officer standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
Okay. You pretty sure from where you are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun and belt and all that? You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been
Absolutely.
able to see?
Yeah, there was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating maybe 20 minutes.
Okay. And what do you recall them having with them?
Some small carry-on items, I don't recall.
Okay. And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw him for how long?
Maybe 20 minutes, I don't recall.
Okay.
Could have been longer.
Did you all travel to that vicinity together?
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and me and maybe the uniform officers. I think the customs officers were already there before we got there.
Okay.
There was only like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down there.
So somebody was already at the gate? Is that what
I
you're
believe
saying?
so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I might get the terminology wrong again, but when you go, when they call you up and say, okay, you know, sections, whatever, you can board the flight. Old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different calling periods. Is that fair to say? Okay. So they started calling boarding for the flight. At some point, Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they got in the line, and then they, at some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scan it maybe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you by to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to as a jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors, and it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay. And that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested?
Correct.
Yeah, she went past the ticket into the jetway?
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually get on the plane?
No, ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to get them not in a crowd of people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off, and after they're through the jetway, by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, I mean, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them.
Right.
Because it's very narrow seating
right.
where they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people, and then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people are going to the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped them, pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking with them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them going to get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass doors are going to open, and that's where you're going to take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side. Yes, past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
Well, people are getting on the plane. They're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her, where you could have taken her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate, and then you arrested her.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through, and you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
And in your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
checked luggage.
Right. A couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They didn't show up with boxes full of clothes?
No.
Okay.
I never saw them checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
Okay. So in your investigation, you didn't learn that?
In my investigation, learn what?
That they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons?
No.
Okay. She obviously had her cell phone, and you've testified that you got that from her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she'd give you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you?
And she didn't try to hit me, no, ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hand?
No, ma'am. I was very gentle.
Okay. You got the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone is part of the evidence of what you went on, and somebody downloaded and looked to see what was on it, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And her husband, Harvey, he had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Mr. Adelson? I didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay. Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay. So you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay. I need to ask counsel something about your ruling, Judge. Could I have just one moment?
Please approach.
Yeah, what she's saying there, she says to the judge, I need to talk to the other side. Can I? And the judge says, get up here, sidebar. The way the communication works, the 2 sides are not supposed to address each other directly in court. It all goes through the judge, who's the referee in the middle. This witness with facial expressions checks his watch again. I don't know where he was supposed to be. I think he thought he was going to be done yesterday. And it is just dragging on. Let's see, hang on one second. 2 checked bags is actually a lot of stuff. I believe it's 1 each. So 1 checked bag each and 1 carry-on. That's typically how I travel, but I take a lot of stuff with me as well. He wants to laugh so bad. He knows that this is... He can see the absurdity in this, right? As a prosecutor, he's seen the entire case, right? He's seen the entire file. He's seen the evidence that we just don't need in this case, but they did find.
We'll take you to the jury room, and we'll finish the process.
The whole argument, though, you waited till they got on the jetway to arrest them? You could have arrested them before. You had 20 minutes. You had 20 minutes watching them. You could have arrested them. But you waited until they took that step onto the plane, right?
Everyone can be seated. We will bring the jurors back in the next 5 minutes. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
I'm calling BS, Judge. Look at the client. He's checking his watch. He has somewhere to be. I promise he has somewhere to be. He's missing an appointment. He's somebody's being let down because he's not showing up. It's not going to be 5 minutes. I'm calling it. That would mean 12:17. We're back here. But let's see. Where were we? Forgot. We've got something going on. Go ahead, Amber. Go ahead. It's all good. Probably has a flight to catch. This is like the perfect excuse, though, for being late to anything. I'm sorry. I was the witness in a murder trial, and the defense kept asking me questions. I couldn't leave. Sorry, I missed my flight. I was under subpoena. I could not leave. It's like, who's going to be like, yeah, really? He's like, check the video, check the tape. He's missing a bump. He's like, I've got other investigations. Yeah. Let's see. Maybe Wendy's on the move. He's like, I've got to be there for the other arrest. Wink, wink. The other one. Rarely fly, but I know the lingo. Yeah, it makes sense. I think it makes. I'm curious. I always assumed there were a lot of undercovers, but there's FBI agents assigned to airports. Like I'm the Tallahassee International Airport, whatever it is. I'm the FBI agent assigned to that, or I'm the Atlanta FBI agent. They probably have more than one, come to think of it. But part of me, the curious part of me. First of all, somebody tell me if this is legal or not. Can you buy like a ticket to get on an airplane and then just wander the terminal and not board the flight? Is that okay? Can you go past security and just be like, I decided not to fly? Basically, you're pulling like a Tom Hanks and living in the airport. Just every day you just buy like the $49 Southwest ticket and just don't use it, and just wander around and just see if you can make the undercovers. Is that a thing? Can you do that? Or maybe you need to, yes, but make it refundable. At what point would the undercovers reveal themselves to you? It's like, hey, we called a government agency and they indicated that you have now bought 48 consecutive days worth of tickets one way on the cheapest flight out of here at any given day, and never flown. Is that something they would do? I figured that would be one of the things they're looking for. But I mean, that would just be funny. Just be like, hey, you're here again. We meet again. Like, do you work here? Where do you work? And, they're not going to be like, we're undercover. We're FBI. We're undercover Atlanta PD or whatever. RA is definitely under multiple forms of surveillance. Well, I'm live streamed. If I do anything wrong, TYL Toys is going to share it on the internet. You're going to see it on Twitter, probably before I'm done doing it. So the FBI wouldn't, but local PD would eventually talk to you. But is it illegal? I mean, I'm a big fan of exercising my rights. If I have the right to buy tickets and not fly, I think I should do that. So you're a travel vlogger? Yeah, there's a whole world of entertainment and information that a lot of the world who doesn't fly a lot doesn't get to see. I mean, some of those stores, the prices, you could just do so many reviews. I mean, you could get the massage in the chair, because there's that place where there's like a masseuse for the people who's like, oh, I'm about to miss my flight. Wait, I could get a massage? Sure, I'll take the massage. You could do that. You could give reviews there. They have some nice restaurants. 2AO Toys has already on a screen tap. Yes, he's got a direct line. Me and several other people. You need to watch the arrest video and look at her face knowing she almost made it. I've seen it. You sent me, I think you sent me, Cody, Steve, I think you sent it to me. I'm hoping the jury gets to see it as they talk about this. It's been brought up in on redirect. I think they might show it. Or, I don't know, maybe they can show it in the closing. It's already been admitted. It's evidence, right? It came in and it was admitted, but then wasn't played. So I think they could include it in their closing. That might be enough. Maybe that will just stick in the juror's mind in the prosecution closing. I think we're going to see it. First of all, it's about Donna directly, right? It definitely goes to consciousness of guilt, and it's like the nail in the coffin as far as it's the other end. We've got the beginning and how it started and how the police found out, and this is the end. Other than some of the, I guess, jail calls if those are coming in, but I think it would be smart for the prosecution to show it. It might not be illegal, but it would be intolerable. Airports are the worst. I actually enjoy being at airports. I do silly things like memorize the wording of the announcements. The moving sidewalk is for your traveling convenience. Please stand to the right in single file so that others may walk past you on the left. I love that sort of thing. I mean, it's just... I told you, it was right around, I was between 16 or 17, and for my birthday, I had my family drop me off at the airport. No joke. This is when you could actually go and walk around the airport. Okay, I'm older. There was a point where you didn't have to go through security. You always had to go through security, but you didn't have to have a boarding pass to go through security. You could just go and walk around all the way up to the jetway. You couldn't get on the plane unless you had a boarding pass. But it was during that time, and I went there, and my whole purpose was I just wanted to return the carts and get the quarters and just see how many quarters I could get returning carts. And I got a lot of quarters. Eventually, I got confronted by an airport worker whose job it was to round up the carts that are left out and return them without claiming the quarters. And he was mad. Not that he wasn't getting the quarters, because he has a key that can return the cart and won't pay him out. But I think it was hurting their profit. I did really well that day. I like airports. I really do. Had to be on the rewatch cruise at Stacy because of a work meeting all week. Heard you're going to be a big grandpa. Currently at Raleigh Airport. Stacy, I'm glad you got to visit our amazing state, and the weather right now is phenomenal, at least in my part. Wonderful. North Carolina is beautiful this time of year. Not much in bloom right now. Like you just barely missed the crepe myrtle, which is the sort of the last one for the summer. But beautiful. Glad you got to be here. Fly safe and have some fun at the airport for me. You can't go from terminal to terminal, though. You'd have to stay in the same terminal, which is smallish, and someone working there would recognize you. Why can't I go from terminal to terminal? I mean, I've done that when I've had a layover, like wandered the airport. I think you can. If you have a boarding pass that's valid, they let you go in and out. Rachel B., you said earlier that it costs more to buy YouTube Premium from an iPhone. Can you explain why? Sorry if you already did. Rachel B., yes, it's because Apple charges a premium for services to allow to enable purchases through Apple Pay. It's like through their method. Any app that purchases something, whether it's an in-game, whether you're playing like Candy Crush and you buy the upgrade, if you buy it on Apple, it will cost more than if you buy it on Android, if you buy it on a computer. So a lot of the websites that allow purchases on the app also have a website where you can buy it on your account, and it will show up on the app, and it will be 30% cheaper. So basically, any super chat, any membership gift, any super sticker, or YouTube Premium even purchased on the phone, on the mobile app, on iOS, is going to cost you more than if you purchased it through a computer or through an Android. But hopefully that saves you a couple bucks. Let's see. No, it's not illegal. It's just ridiculous. It is, but it's something I would do, Holly. I'm just confessing. Dylan Foster says, Recovery Addict, Mr. R.A., you're weird. You do funny things. This is true. Jersey loves Jet. My son lives in Greenville. North Carolina or South? I'm in North. Love that airport, too. North Carolina, Greenville Airport, it's actually called the Pitt Green Airport, and it's known it's famously known for having one flight a day. Period. There's like one plane that takes off every day and it flies to Raleigh. That's it. That's all. It's a very small airport. So yeah, that's a fun airport. There's like 3 TSA people who work there because that's all they need, and that covers all 24 hours. They rotate in shifts. Let's see. Why did they send the jury out? Probably just to give them a break, but it's right before lunchtime. They're going to come back in. I told you, judge said it would be 5 minutes. It's more than 5 minutes. Maybe the judge needed a break, and he's like, "I'll be quick." But he came back, and now all the jurors are in the bathroom. That wasn't a pool. That was a fountain. Well, you say tomato. I say tomato. He lives in South Carolina, but so cute. Last year, I was in, I think it was next month. Maybe it was the month after. It could have been October. I went to South Carolina. We got to participate in the hurricane cleanup down there. I got to take my chainsaw and tools and a couple of my boys and go down and chop trees and clean up yards and stuff in South Carolina. Beautiful, beautiful city. Absolutely gorgeous. Loved it. I need to go there again. Do you really say tomato? It's clearly pronounced tomato. What if they had changed and left the night before? They would have got away. I don't think they would have gotten away. First of all, I think they were under close enough observation that Donna and Harvey, had they gone to the airport, even if they had been late, even if the investigator, Mr. Sanford, had been like, "Oh man, it's 10 o'clock. I slept in. I missed the flight." The plane, as long as it's not over international waters, they could have said, Delta, whoever it is, flip your plane around, or order you to land. You've got a wanted fugitive or someone fleeing, and they could have had that plane turn around if they needed to. I mean, even if they got on their seat and they'd already been served something, waiting for the plane to take off, they could have done it then. They could have gone on the runway and then like, nope, go back to the gate. Could have happened a lot of times. It's easier this way, less intrusive. We need lunch. It's lunchtime.
Please be seated. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just have a few more questions. Agent Sanford, these questions, I'm not asking for your belief or your opinion. I'm asking for direct evidence, okay?
Okay.
In your investigation, you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie Magbanawa has testified that, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie Magbanawa has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute, and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie Magbanawa and Donna Adelson, is there?
Correct.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markel to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words. Did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did she say that she intended that he be killed?
No, she did not say that.
She did not
I
say
don't have any
that.
further questions.
Okay, she prefaces those questions with a very limiting statement. Here comes the prosecution.
Did you have any direct evidence? Did you have any circumstantial evidence?
A lot.
Is it up to this jury to decide if the evidence is sufficient?
That's correct.
You were asked if you had any input on the timing of the arrest, and why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your decision to make, was it?
No.
And when did you decide you had probable cause to make an arrest of Donna Adelson?
Personally?
It's beyond the scope of Correct, Your Honor, and this is an opinion testimony.
Yes, it is. You were asked your
Hold
opinion,
on.
weren't you?
Sustained, Ms. Copeland.
You were not the person responsible for making that decision of when to go to Miami and put handcuffs on her, were you?
No, I was not.
Okay. You were asked about Charlie's defense. Wasn't Charlie's defense that he was being extorted? And was part of that defense that he and his mother, he brought his mother in on that, didn't he? He told her about it.
That's correct.
Okay, so they were both being extorted over the course of almost 2-year period before the bump, right?
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's why she was writing those checks. She was being extorted.
That's correct.
And another part of that defense was that although they were being extorted, the payroll checks weren't actually going to Catherine Magbanua. She was just cashing them and then giving the money to somebody else.
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's needed to explain why he was so friendly with her, both in those calls and on the texts and so forth, right?
To all explain everything, yes.
It's not typically going to be sending "I love you" text to your extortionist, right?
Correct.
So it was, oh, I didn't know she was in on it, but now I realize she is.
Correct. He realized it after the fact, so he said.
Okay, and the killers, according to Charlie Adelson, came to Tallahassee unsolicited, unprovoked. Nobody hired them. They came and just killed Dan Markel and then hoped to be able to get some money out of Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson later.
Sorry,
that is what Charlie Adelson said.
That's ludicrous.
Okay, and since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night, the killers, through the mediator of Catherine Magbanua, agreed to put him on a layaway plan to pay this money over time.
That's correct. It was a layaway plan for the extortion.
Part of the checks that Donna Adelson signed were the layaway plan to the gang member extortionists.
That's correct. That's what he said.
All right. And you were asked also about the bar mitzvah. Do you know when the bar mitzvah was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at the defendant's planner for 2014?
Yes.
Let's see it. Or a digital version of it. Just counted the steps she took. It's a long walk.
So January 14th at 10:30 a.m. is Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I'm sorry, I said 2014. That's not what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
What year was the bar mitzvah?
Should have been.
This is how I caused the confusion last time.
This would have been 2023, I believe.
Well.
No. I can't see it. Sorry, I have something to refer to. Sorry.
What year did she
giddy.
try to board the plane?
Yeah, 2023.
She tried to board the plane in 2023. We now know the bar mitzvah was scheduled to take place in January 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it was a few months after she was scheduled to get on the plane.
That's correct.
And she knew that when she booked the plane because it's in the planner, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she knew if she was coming back for that bar mitzvah, she needed to be back no later than January 14th, right?
Correct.
Did she book a flight to return in time to attend the bar mitzvah on January 14th?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was a one-way ticket, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. There's nothing inherently illegal about traveling to Vietnam, is there?
No.
Okay, she didn't get arrested for going to Vietnam, did she?
No, ma'am.
I want to ask you about one other thing.
Well,
the
she asked
calls.
about
You were asked
extradition.
about the snippets of the calls. That was Ms. Fulford's word, snippet. Did you participate in helping select the portions of the calls that we ended up publishing to this jury?
Some, yes.
All right. And what was the intent or purpose of selecting the portions that were selected?
So we didn't torture everyone with listening to constant Charlie Adelson and everybody else talking about things that are not relevant to the case.
Right, I mean, that was the goal. I'm not sure we accomplished it. But we made selections we thought would be helpful.
Correct.
Did we include what we thought was the appropriate context so that things would not be taken out of context?
That's correct, we did.
If the jury has concerns about that, are the totality of the duration of all of those calls that were played available on State's Exhibit 99 for them to review in the jury room?
They are.
All right, one moment, please.
All right. I'm surprised they didn't talk about her asking about.
Sanford, you may finally step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will he be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Judge.
You better run while the getting's good.
I'm going.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point in time. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any other outside information from the courtroom as well. We will resume with the trial today. Let me take a look at the clock. We'll resume at 1:45. Please report by 1:40. Enjoy your lunch break.
All right, me being proactive the way that I am, we have already built the portal to take you over to the afternoon session. We're going to start at 1:30, so we'll be in time to catch everything that happened. Finally, Sanford is off. Detective Sanford is off. The agent, special agent, off the stand.
Everyone can be seated.
It's been there a
Before
while.
we go into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address with both the defendant and the attorneys. Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Bird and Drina Bernhardt, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses.
Yes.
I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense.
Couldn't hear. Who will fit?
You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Zellman, the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Based on the court's ruling previously and reinforced this morning, no, Your Honor.
If the attorneys can approach briefly as well.
Okay. I've never seen a judge question a defendant on whether or not she is okay with the defense questioning strategy for the upcoming witnesses. I think what this means is don't go anywhere. This might get really good. This might be really interesting. We've got two more witnesses this afternoon that clearly the defense strategy is possibly unique, okay? Possibly non-traditional. And it's so much that the judge questions to make sure Donna is okay with it. That means it could backfire, right? It could go terribly wrong for them. It could be very bad for Donna if it doesn't work out the way that they think. This is going to be intriguing. Is it? The names, I didn't recall the names. He said the two names. I could go back and play it, I guess. Hang on one second. Jump to end. Let's go. We'll do it at lunch. I'll play that part.
At this time, we will have our lunch break as well. The parties will need to report back by 1:40. Once the jurors are ready, we will continue with the remaining witnesses. Ms. Kappelman, as far as the number of witnesses that we still have remaining, the state intends to call them all today.
What's the original plan, Judge? See what we can do.
Best laid plans. All right, assuming that the state's case will need to extend in any way into Tuesday as to the last of the listed witnesses, the defense will need to be prepared to argue any mid-trial motions and have all witnesses ready to begin on Tuesday as well if the state does not finish today.
Yes, sir. I believe our first witness is the one that's going to be flying in from the West Coast. She'll be in town Sunday evening. We'll prep with her Monday, and she'll be here Tuesday. Her flight out, I don't think on Tuesday evening is until after 5, so we'll have plenty of time for her testimony.
That's an expert.
All right, we'll resume at 1:40.
Thank you.
All right, this is going to be good. Let me take you back just a second so we can watch what the judge just did here. Cut back here.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Byrne and Drina Bernhardt.
Patricia Byrne and Drina Bernhardt are the two names concerning those two. Now listen to what he says.
You have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses.
Yes.
I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense.
Couldn't hear. Who will fit?
You understand how...
Okay, I'm going to stop it because it's acting funny. These two witnesses, particularly these two witnesses, and how defense is going to cross-examine them, and how it fits into her defense, their strategy. It's going to be so different or so unique or so non-traditional that the judge is asking ahead of time. So this doesn't become an issue. So this doesn't become like a, ineffective assistance of counsel type situation in this. So it's the lawyers. It's her lawyers. Is that it? Jailhouse snitches? Lizzie's screaming. It's the lawyers? Jail buddies of Donna that tried to bribe to give testimony on her behalf? One is the lawyer they talked about the visa trip with. I don't know the names. I wish I knew the names. It's the lawyers on the last phone call about visas. Oh my goodness. She was on the call. We heard their voice. No, it's the jail snitches, says Regina. We're going to find out. Either way, it's going to be spicy and wow. It's going to be good. All right, we're going to go to lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30. It gives us 50 minutes. That's what the judge always seems to leave us with. 50 minutes to grab some lunch, do whatever you need to do, come back, and then be here for this afternoon when... I always had the wrong one. It's a good song. I mean, I like it. It's just... It's not this trial, so we'll do this one instead. All right. Maybe because the cross may actually implicate Donna in some way. Could be. Could be. Just checked. Definitely jailhouse snitches, says Artemis. Either way, it's going to be spicy, and I'm up for it. And the state is almost done. We're almost done. They're going to rest. Possibly today. If not, it'll be very early on Tuesday when the state comes back. We have Monday off, obviously, for Labor Day. So it's going to be good. Spicy afternoon for sure. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again at 1:30 right here on the same channel. Please click the subscribe button if you're here for the first time and haven't done that in the past. It is free and you won't regret it. You can also ring the bell and get notified when we go live again. But I'll also portal you right over there so you won't have to do a dang thing. Just sit tight, hold tight, keep your arms and feet inside the right at all times. Grab your portal buddy. We'll go right over. We need to get the logo ready so we don't put that up. There we go. All right. I think that's it. We did hit 1,000 on the likes. Thank you so much. We 1,100. We're almost at 1,200 likes. Thank you. Let me just say, the people who have been supporting my son and his wife in their new endeavor, as we just found out that I'm going to be a grandpa, they're going to have a child. I'm going to be a grandpa. Thank you so much. Your generosity is much appreciated. You guys have a great one. We'll see you after lunch. Bye-bye.